Here.
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 Here. Here. Here.
Here. Thank you, Jackie. Next up on the agenda is approval of the meeting agenda. Are there any additions or subtractions from our agenda for this evening? Carrie? Members of the Commission? Seeing none, I'd take a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. The meeting agenda is approved. Next up is an update on the Grandview project. Bill Neuendorf from City Staff is here. Bill, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. As mentioned, my name is Bill Neuendorf. I'm the city's Economic Development Manager, and I'm here this evening to give you a brief update on progress towards new opportunities in the Grandview District. A few weeks ago, the City Council entered into a partnership agreement with the Franchou Company to start exploring opportunities for what can happen on the city-owned property. This is the site that's currently vacant. It's where the city's Public Works building used to be. If you're not familiar with that, it's the vacant site just north of OLG, just behind Jerry's Foods. And if you're sitting in line at the drive-thru at Starbucks, it's the big property just to your left. So over the next 7 months, we are preparing to do a robust public engagement process to start to really refine what can fit on the site. Now, as we all know, there's been conversations for 3, 4, 5 years about this property, but we're at the point now where we have a vision that was approved back in 2012 based on the steering committee work during 2011 and 2012. And now we want to dig more deeply and really refine a vision for what can happen there. So I'm here this evening to announce that our first major engagement on this process is scheduled for Thursday, December 4th. That will be a larger format meeting. We're going to hold it in room 303 at the Edina Community Center. I certainly invite all the plan commissioners and anyone with an interest in this site to come and renew the conversation. It's been about a year, a little bit more than a year since we've really had a true conversation about what can happen there, and it's time to reignite that conversation. Along the way, over the next 7 months, there'll be other opportunities to plug in whatever your level of interest. I'm sure at some point towards the end of the process, we'll come back to Plan Commission with a more formal concept. But my update this evening is really to invite and encourage participation early in the process. So as it starts to take shape, we can be as well informed as possible so that at the end, in April, May, June, in that time frame, we'd have some great options to choose from. And I don't say good options, I don't say satisfactory options. We're looking to have some great options for what can happen on the site. Ultimately, the City Council would make a decision amongst the options, but we want to make sure that all the choices that are developed there are grounded in community-supported ideas, and ultimately we want to have the best project that really satisfies the goals of the city for the property. So that was my announcement tonight. I'm happy to answer any other questions as well.
Thanks, Bill. Couple of questions. One, what else is happening in terms of outreach and communication to the community to make people aware of this opportunity to engage on the future of the project?
Yeah, thanks. There's a lot of different outreach programs happening at the same time, so it gets a little bit muddied. But for this process, since at this point it's not visioning, we're starting to really we're starting to refine a real project for the site. So there was a postcard mailing that was mailed out today. There'll be advertisements and notices in the paper in the next couple weeks. There'll be signs that should happen or should appear on the site. Hopefully, if the ground isn't too frozen yet, but those will be happening. And then also starting in about a week or two, we'll have a live website. So throughout the whole 7-month process, there'll be opportunity to weigh in online. We're also working on having comment cards set up in different locations throughout the community, where people can look at a concept or look at a map perhaps, and then leave some comments there if that's more convenient. So we want to do more than just have meetings. Everyone's really busy, and sometimes sitting at another meeting just doesn't work for folks. So there will be the online conversation. We also invite opportunities to go and speak to other groups, whether we have the development team come here and present and have a discussion here or in a work session, or frankly for any group that wants to sit down. So far I'm making the rounds to various boards and commissions, several different city-related boards and commissions, so far 3 different school district-type commissions. So we're trying to really get the word out there. So those are some of the other ways that we'll be notifying residents, but also not just notifying, we want to invite the participation. We want your ideas, we want your suggestions, we want to make this the best possible project.
I'd encourage you to add circulation to the neighborhoods through Nextdoor.com. It may already be on your list of things, but I've noticed, at least in my neighborhood, that's become a more robust tool for communicating, and it's a good way in between the sale of the baby stroller and the looking for the lost dog. Hopefully they'll notice the Grandview project.
Good suggestion. We'll make sure that we use that one as well.
Terrific. Any other questions for Mr. Neuendorf? Commissioner Lee.
Just because we are now kind of following up on a small area plan process for another area, a part of the city, I realize that the people that are sort of on our planning team are integral to the process. Is there any special invitation going out to reach out to is it CAC, or what was the moniker for the committee initially that was involved with the planning?
There is. So far, there's been 3 different community advisory teams that have helped shape where we are today. So each of the members that were active in those will also be invited to attend and participate. At this point, we don't anticipate reconvening a 4th advisory team, but taking a little bit different approach to get the input and ideas. But we will tap into those ideas.
Commissioner Forrest.
How do you distinguish this process from the what's taken place already? Because there was a lot of community input even 2-3 years ago, including very specific input regarding look, feel, potential projects and things. So how is this going to be different?
The main difference is that when we worked on the past processes, our goal was to create a vision and a process. At this point, we want to create a project that we can build and occupy. So in the past, we had the development framework that had renderings, that had conceptual site plans, that started to show mass, density, parking. Didn't really focus on architecture so much, but more the massing of the site. We want to start and pick up where we left off. And since that time, we've learned more things. We've looked heavily into community needs, community facilities. We just finished a park and recreation survey to further identify what some of the community needs are out there. So we want to take the old information plus some of the newer information and really springboard and start to refine that. So far, just as an example, if I ask basketball parents what we need on the site, it's a basketball court. If I ask swimming parents what we need on the site, it's a swimming pool. If I asked arts folks what we need on the site, it's a new art center. But seriously, as a community, we have to have a sincere conversation about what we truly need on the site and what we truly want to pay for, what we're willing to pay for. And our past conversations haven't yielded that result. It's yielded some great renderings, some shared visions of a community space that is energetic and vibrant and really sets the stage for the next generation. But the key difference is now we have to define that, and then we have to find something that we can all agree to fund. So that it's a big project, it's a big goal, but we've talked about this for a long time. We hope that we can settle in on something that we can build support on.
Commissioner Forrest.
So it's been determined that the site will be used for city use, public use, is that correct? And then just go with that one, I guess.
If I understand your question. So far the direction that the City Council has given is that we will pursue a project on the site that is mixed use, that is partially publicly used, publicly owned and operated, and partially privately used. So in the rendering, the development framework, that showed a community building that no one could really agree what was inside, but we agreed that we liked a building. It showed a outdoor plaza to provide some recreation and just relaxation opportunities. And then the rendering showed some apartments and townhomes. Nothing to say that that is the perfect combination or the best combination, but that's the direction we've been given so far. The actual user of the public space is still to be defined, and so far that hasn't been identified.
Sure.
Quick follow-up. It seems like we're really moving forward on this now. Is there a reason to move quickly on this right now, or, because it's been vacant for a while now, and it seems like there's a lot of action taking place, and so I'm wondering why now.
I think there's two reasons. We had a great deal of momentum built up in the last couple of years. I think we started to lose that momentum once we kept talking about process, but not about what the community wanted there. So it's time to reignite that momentum and deliver something. People, I believe, started spending their evenings and weekends talking about the site to end up with a facility that they could be proud of. So we hope that we can finish the conversation and actually deliver that project. The other time-critical piece of this is that if the city would use tax increment financing to help fund some of the improvements, and that's an if, that hasn't been decided yet, but we do have a sunset date of 2016, that if we don't initiate a TIF redevelopment plan by 2016, the use of that financing mechanism would no longer be allowed, and that means that it would be a bigger impact to the taxpayer. So we're hoping to take advantage of that TIF law. Again, that's a possibility. There's a lot of things to be determined in the next few months, but 2016 is a critical date.
Commissioner Platter.
I understand there's also a study going on about 100 and a possible lid over that. I'm not sure where that's at. So what is this plan, or how do they interact, or don't they interact, or how do they connect? Do you have any thoughts on that, or what's happening with those kind of, in the same area? So
good questions. So the study into the Grandview or the Highway 100 lid at this point is just in the earliest conceptual stages. The city did apply for a grant through Hennepin County. We did not receive that grant. We just found that out last week. In fact, there was no infrastructure projects that were funded at all through the county. But that is something that the City Council will consider further study on in the months ahead. It's a separate conversation from this particular site, but a conversation that I think can happen simultaneously, because certainly the transportation network needs to be integrated if the two projects would be successful, if they would go forward. So we want to study them both simultaneously, but in a way they're not dependent upon each other, but they're definitely linked. So we want to be well informed.
Commissioner Seeley.
So kind of in response to the whole trying to determine what attributes this particular site is going to possess, how do we intend on determining the target audience of this facility and therefore what should be built there, especially with the date of 2016 approaching so fast?
Right. Great question. Well, that's why we're kicking off another 7-month process of community engagement. We've heard lots of great ideas, lots of great suggestions, but over the next 7 months using online formats, using large group meetings, using small group meetings, using focus group type sessions, we hope to really refine who are those key users that fit best on the property. As I mentioned, if you ask 10 people, you get 10 different answers, but as a community, we need to start thinking more seriously about what we really want to do there.
Just to wrap up, and in response to Commissioner Forrest's question about why now, there's folks, this is a project that is near and dear to my heart. I've spent a lot of time working on this project over the years. Actually, Commissioner Schroeder and I and former Chair Fisher first came to the City Council in December of 2009 with an idea for a process to engage the community in creating a vision for this area. So We have been at this for almost 5 years now, and it is time to, in my view, move forward and try to implement this vision that we've worked so hard to create. So many people have participated in, and the council unanimously adopted in 2012. So thank you for your work on it. I'm looking forward to it. I really encourage folks who are here tonight or who might be watching on TV to find some time on the 4th of December, or if not then, at least between then and through the rest of the winter and the spring, to engage in this process, because it's a great opportunity for our community. Thanks, Bill.
Great. Thank you.
All right, next up is the approval of the consent agenda. The only item on the consent agenda this evening is the minutes of the regular meeting of our Planning Commission on October 8, 2014. Are there any modifications to those minutes? Seeing none, I would take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Consent agenda is approved. Next up on the agenda is the community comment portion of the meeting. This is the time in the meeting where we invite members of the public to come forward with comments on items that are not on this evening's agenda. So if you have something that you'd like to share with us, I'd invite you to come to one of the side microphones, introduce yourself with your name and address, and tell us about that item. Apparently everyone's here for an agenda item. All right, seeing no volunteers for community comment, I would take a motion to close community comment.
So moved.
And a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Community comment is closed. The next segment of the agenda is the public hearings segment of the agenda. Before we start in, we will have 4 public hearings this evening, and I just want to, for the audience that's here, kind of share with you the process that we follow for public hearings. We start them by having an introduction from staff about the particular project that's in question. The commission then asks questions of staff relevant to that presentation. Then we ask the applicant to come forward, tell us a little bit about the project. We ask some more questions about that. And then once that's concluded, we open the public hearing and we ask members of the public to come forward and share their comments. We ask you to keep those to 3 minutes. We have the microphones on either side to come forward to, and they have lights on them that when it's green, it's go, when it's yellow, it's get ready to stop, and when it's red, stop. And really, we do that just to try and make sure that everybody gets a chance to have their say and to get heard. Once we have taken all the public comment, and we'll take as much public comment as people are interested in giving, we will close the public hearing, and then we will engage in deliberations at the commission level. And we may ask some additional questions of the applicant or staff, but we will then proceed to make a recommendation or a decision depending on the particular item. So with that introduction, the first item is a variance for the Sullivan family at 4601 Oak Drive. Chris Ocker will introduce this for us.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, the request is a variance request for 4601 Oak Drive for Thomas and Carolyn Sullivan. The property is located just south of Oak Drive and west of St. John's Avenue. It consists of a single-story home with an attached tuck-under garage. The home fronts Oak Drive with the side street along St. John's. What you'll notice on the aerial photograph is that the home fronts Oak Drive, as does the property directly to the west, and then the home to the south faces St. John's. Here are some photographs of the existing home. It's a single-story home. With along the south side is a tuck-under garage. This is the back of the home. They're planning on adding an addition to the back of the home behind this porch. They will excavate underneath the porch and add another garage stall, and then they'll put a second story above the existing home. This is a current survey of the property. What you'll notice is that the sidewall, the east sidewall, is pretty close to that easterly lot line. The minimum setback for that is actually the front yard setback of the home to the south, which is further away. So the existing home is currently non-conforming. They are proposing an addition behind the house that would be right adjacent to the porch. That proposed addition does meet the setback requirements, as does the basement below. The excavation of the garage area would be considered under the alternate setback standard and would meet the ordinance requirements as well. However, the second floor expansion above would be considered too close to that side street or front yard lot line of that neighbor to the south. They can't use the alternate setback standard for a second story addition because they currently don't have any living space above. This is a survey illustrating the existing conditions. The proposed addition is in orange, which does meet the setback requirements, which is that red boxed in area. You will notice that the home is overlapping into the setback area. This is highlighted in yellow is the area where the home is non-conforming within the 18.9 foot side street setback that's established by the neighbor to the south. So this would be considered a front yard or side street variance for a second floor addition. The existing setback of the house is 6.2 feet. The proposed setback is 6.2 feet. They're literally just going straight up with the second floor. The required setback is 18.9 feet, which is actually established by the home that's directly south. The variance that's requested is for 12.7 feet. This is the floor plan of the basement of the home, indicating that addition to the back of the home, including the garage expansion, which does not require a variance. First floor also does not require a variance. All of the addition that they're proposing for the first floor does fit within the setback requirements. It's the second floor area that they're proposing that does not meet the setback requirement, and the black line just indicates the setback of that second floor that is overlapping into the required setback area. It's literally going straight up. It's actually more or less a story and a half because the living space would be underneath the roof line. This is the rear view. And a little different version of it. Again, a story and a half. You'll have that addition to the side of the home to include the tuck-under garage, existing porch area, the addition behind the home. They provided a rendering so you can see what it would look like in relation to the other homes that are adjacent to it. There is adequate spacing between the home and the home to the south. There's a driveway in between. So it's not like they're right on top of each other or right very close to one another. The engineering department did review the proposal, and in the memo it was indicated in your packet that there are no major concerns with runoff or grading on the lot. The engineering department has reviewed the subject property for street and utility concerns, grading, stormwater, erosion, and sediment control, and for general adherence to the relevant ordinance sections. This review was performed at the request of the planning department, and a more detailed review will be done at permit application. But there were no issues in terms of the grading, drainage, and erosion control plan. So the primary issue is the proposed redevelopment reasonable for the site. The proposed use is permitted in the R1 zoning district and complies with all the standards with the exception of the front street or side street setback, which is determined by the adjacent home. The current home is non-conforming. The additions to the home are appropriate in size and scale for the lot. They're not going to be decreasing any of the existing setbacks that are on the property. The proposed second floor addition will maintain that existing non-conforming setback, will not be getting any closer. Will it relieve practical difficulties that prevent a reasonable use with complying with the ordinance? Staff believes that the proposed location of the second floor addition is reasonable. The applicant is just stacking the second floor above the first floor. Setbacks will all remain the same. A practical difficulty in this instance is the front street setback of the abutting home to the south, which makes adding on to the existing home more difficult. Are there circumstances that are unique to the property? The unique circumstances, again, are the corner lot abutting homes with a deeper front yard setback and the existing nonconforming setback of the home. Will the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood? Staff believes the proposed addition will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The proposed additions will complement the existing neighborhood homes. Staff does recommend approval. Approval of the variance is subject to the following conditions: that the addition must be constructed as per the proposed plans, date stamped October 21st, 2014, and the survey date stamped October 21st, 2014. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Ms. Ocker? Go ahead.
Maybe you could just explain to me on sheet number 4 of 4, is that the home in the top left? Just want to make sure. And the reason I ask that is because it looks like there's large retaining walls there. And when I looked at the diagram of the current home, there seems to be some retaining walls going directly into the garage, but the diagram of the new home shows retaining walls going all the way from the garage to the end of the, to the corner.
You're referring to the rendering that was the color rendering?
Sheet number 4 of
Yeah,
4.
That's how it's showing on the rendering. It does not show that on the survey. So that would be a question for the applicant or the architect.
Other
Thank
questions?
you.
Commissioner Carr, is that all you had?
We'll wait
Okay.
till the applicant comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Ocker? All right, thank you, Chris. This time we'd invite the applicant to come forward and tell us about the project. So the side ones, unless you've got something to show us on the overhead. Otherwise, welcome.
No, good evening. I'm Tom Sullivan. With me is my wife, Carolyn Sullivan. We currently reside at the address of 4601 Oak Drive. We're pleased to be in front of the committee this evening. It's been a very tedious process up until this point, but educational one nonetheless. So appreciate the opportunity. Just to address the question that just came up, yes, currently a couple of years ago what we did is we actually improved or enhanced our driveway, got a permit here from the city to add essentially a parking stall. They're located to the left facing the side of the house. In the plans, there currently is not a retaining wall there, but in the plans down the line, what we would like to do is take the slope out of the side of the hill, going to the north and going to the south. And so that would be an addition of the retaining blocks put in there.
Anything more, Mr. Sullivan?
No, I think my wife, Carolyn, has
Ms.
a couple
Sullivan?
comments.
As Tom alluded to, it has been an educational process. When we first considered this addition, it was why did we want to stay in the house? Why did we want to stay in the community? From there, it was what did we want to do in the interior part of our house that would suit our family and our lifestyle? And from there, having us go through this entire process, we've really had to think about the house from our community perspective. And so therefore it has been very informative, very educational, and something that we're very proud of, the plans that we've put forward, and we hope that we receive your approval to move forward.
Well, thank you for being here tonight. Are there any
Thank
questions
you.
for the Sullivans? Commissioner Lee.
Yeah, just one question on the height. How was the finished or the new proposed final height, overall height, the roof height decided upon or set?
Yeah, certainly. If I may, I'm going to invite Carl Gometz, our architect, up here to address the exact height. Carl?
Okay, basically, it's a Cape-style house, as you can see, essentially a story and a half. And what we tried to do was stay within the existing character of the house. And to do that, that's pretty much dictated where the roof was going to be. As far as, I think, on the plan that we submitted, you can see that the front elevation shows a dormer. If you look on sheet P3, the front elevation shows a dormer, and off on the east elevation, it shows a side view. And so in order to maintain the adequate ceiling height, which is typically 8 feet, that's pretty much what dictated the height of the roof.
So you have an 8-foot interior ceiling height on the inside,
Yes.
on the upper level?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm seeing an overall 25-foot approximate height from the north elevation to the peak?
But that's to the ridge of the roof.
To the ridge?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
And just curious, it was not possible to match sort of the dormer height of that? I mean, I realize you're still within code, but you know, I also realize that east elevation appears to be quite high because it's seen obviously on the top of a hill there. It's quite tall when you look over at the east elevation. So it's just a question. If you end up having to do it because you have the 8-foot ceiling height, then that's really the answer.
Right. It's primarily because on the front side, we have the 2 dormers. Okay, on the back side, we have an 8-foot ceiling height going across the entire length of the building.
All right, so the ceiling height in the dormers is less than the 8 feet.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Other questions for the Sullivans or their architect? All right. Thank you very much. Don't go far. We might have other questions, but thank you for your presentation. Thank you for being here this evening. All right. At this time, we'll open the public hearing and invite any member of the public who would like to come to one of the side podiums, introduce yourselves with your name and address, and tell us your comments on this particular project.
Good evening, Scott and Tammy McGarvey. We live at 4603 Oak Drive. Just wanted to come up to say we're very much in favor of you guys going ahead approving this. I grew up 2 blocks away. We've lived on Oak Drive for 26 years. I was instrumental in getting the stop signs put. I've seen all the construction that's gone on. We've seen the house across the street taken down and a new house put up, the Taylors. It fit with the neighborhood. It was really well done. We've seen a house 4 doors down that was demolished. They put up a mega house, multi-million-dollar house. Doesn't fit the neighborhood, doesn't work. We've done an addition to our house many years ago. We changed it from a rambler to a story and a half. Tom and Carolyn have been unbelievable as far as going to the neighbors. We've had long-standing neighbors, neighborhood, and they've gone to everybody, showed the renderings. I mean, it's the same height as our house. This is what you want. This is what you want to approve. A young family, 2 young kids. They want to stay in the neighborhood. They want to improve Edina. They're not a developer that's coming in, knocking something down, putting something up that doesn't fit. That's all I got to say.
Well, thank you, Mr. McGarvey. Ms. McGarvey, thank you for being here and for your comments. Other comments from members of the public? All right, seeing no further comments on this agenda item, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
And a second? Second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. So the public hearing is closed, and we'll bring the discussion back to the Planning Commission. Comments from Planning Commissioners? Commissioner Lee.
Just one comment. I thought that sheet 4 of 4 was very, very helpful in determining what's happening with the adjacent neighbors. I think we need to see more of this in the applications. Obviously, we request that of them, but we receive different levels of detail, and I think that this was a great rendering to thoroughly explain the contours and what you see from the street level and what the houses next to them are doing. So I really appreciated that.
Further comment? Commissioner Olson,
Can I make a motion?
please.
I'd like to move approval of the variance subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is granted. Congratulations. Good luck with your project. Next up is a variance for Dale and Elizabeth Erickson at 4917 Rolling Green Parkway.
This is a front yard setback variance for 4917 Rolling Green for Dale and Elizabeth Erickson. The subject property is located on a corner. It's at the corner of Rolling Green Parkway and Interlochen Boulevard. It is in the northeast corner. Here is an aerial photograph of the property. It's a one-story home it's a rather large lot. It's over 39,000 square feet. There's an in-ground pool in the backyard and a solid wall stucco fence along the south side of the property that curves along halfway up to the rear property line. Here's a little closer look at that. The homeowners are proposing to add on to the front of the home as highlighted in yellow. That would be the proposed addition. The red box are the required setbacks for the property. You'll notice that the existing home is non-conforming. The garage overlaps into the required setback area. And the proposal will also extend into the front yard setback area. The established front yard setback for the property is determined by the neighbor to the north, which is at 75.8 feet. The existing setback of the home is at 49.8 feet, and they would like to add the proposed addition to be within 41.6 feet of the front lot line. So they will be getting closer with the new addition than the existing non-conforming portion of the home. So the front yard setback variance, the requirement is 75.8 feet. The existing is 49.8. Proposal is for 41.6. So the requested variance is 34.2 feet. Now, if you look at the average along the east and west side of the block, the average front yard setback along the blocks is 77 feet. You'll notice, however, that on the east side of the block, the setbacks are generally deeper and further away from the front yard, which happens to be where this home is located. The ones on the west side are, some of them are a bit closer. Here is the stormwater management, erosion control, and grading plan. It has been reviewed by the engineering department. There are no major concerns with runoff or grading on this lot. There will be a rain garden that will be implemented towards the back of the property. The rain garden is designed to capture the additional runoff created by the proposed addition and provides for underground storage and infiltration into the soil. In summary, the grading will not affect nearby private property, nor will it negatively impact city infrastructure. This is a floor plan that's existing for the home, and that was handed out and in front of you this evening. It wasn't part of the packets. It was requested and was given to us today. So it gives you an idea of what the existing floor plan is, an opportunity for any expansion of the home. There are bedrooms in the basement. My understanding is that there's radon, and I can completely understand why somebody wouldn't want to have their bedrooms in the basement with that condition. What they're hoping to do is add on to that north portion of the home. They would have a basement addition included in that, as well as on the main floor, 2 bedrooms that would be in front of the master bedroom that you saw on the existing plan. This would be the north side elevation. The existing home ends right about here with that new addition forward of that. And then the entry side or the south side elevation again, with the existing portion and the new portion that would be extending out into the front yard area. And this would be the new front elevation. It is a very low profile house. It's not very tall at all, and what you'll notice that the property to the north actually is elevated. There's a retaining wall along their or near their property line. They are at a higher elevation than this house, and it's a very low profile one-story home. This gives you an idea of what that's the relationship between the two. In context, the adjacent property is elevated, and they have their driveway, their garage adjacent to the subject home, so there's quite a bit of spacing between the two properties, so they are not right on top of each other, and the home that's directly to the north is at a higher elevation. Here's a spliced photograph showing, again, the relationship between the two properties. And then I have a few examples. There are some homes in Rolling Green that are as close or closer, so it's not an uncharacteristic setback for the neighborhood. At 4808 Bywood and 4810, you have a 38-foot setback and a 48-foot setback from the front lot lines, whereas you go across the street and they're at 75, 74, and greater. And then along Anaway, as it ends in the cul-de-sac toward the north, you have 3 homes that are much closer to the front lot lines than you see throughout the rest of Rolling Green. One at 30, one at 42 feet, and another at 30 feet from the front lot line, whereas adjacent properties have further setbacks at 75, 60. So to say that there's a consistency in front yard setback throughout Rolling Green, I'd have to say no. I mean, it varies greatly, although in general and on some of the larger, deeper lots, the homes are much further back. And interestingly enough, if you look at the old surveys of the original Ramblers that used to be there, they were closer. And when they've been rebuilt, the property owners have opted to back the homes up for whatever reason. So the setbacks in the neighborhood for front yard have actually now are deeper in a lot of instances, particularly along Rolling Green where this property is located. So the primary issue is the proposed development reasonable for the site. Staff believes that it fits all of the R1 zoning district requirements with the exception of front yard setback. The addition to the home is appropriate in size and scale for the lot. It's well within the lot coverage requirements. It's a very large lot. There's considerable spacing. The proposed addition will result in the closest front yard setback along Rolling Green Parkway on both sides. So it is, by and large, the closest one along the block, and that's what staff does struggle with. In addition to the home can be constructed on the lot without need for a variance, there is an existing pool and patio directly behind the home that would have to be altered. And there's an attached garage that's to the south that might have to be reconfigured. The minimum side street setback that would be along Interlochen would be 15 feet. And they have quite a bit of spacing. They have 53.6 feet to the south lot line. So they do have quite a bit of lot area. Staff does not support the variance as submitted. However, there are conditions that are not dissimilar throughout Rolling Green that could support a variance of this kind. And with that, I will stop and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chris. Questions for Ms. Zucker? Commissioner Seeley.
Just for clarification purposes, on page 1 of 1, where the numbers are shown, what is the significance of the boxed 49.8?
It's the setback, I think.
It's the setback of the house that we're looking at?
Right.
Are you, okay.
I think those are the setbacks, right, Chris?
Right.
Is that inconsistent with the first page then? Because if I read this wrong, it says to 41.6 feet.
That's what they're requesting, and their current house is non-conforming at it's still non-conforming at the 49.8. It's still much closer than what it should be, but it's not as close as where they want to be.
Okay.
So.
And then in addition, just checking the trends. The trends are that when these houses are getting remodeled, they're moving deeper back.
When
Is
they're
that correct?
rebuilt, they've been traditionally been backing them up.
Okay.
And I don't know why. Usually in a larger lot neighborhood, there's, whether they want to have a grander, larger front yard area or if it's just some siting issue. But it's just, I took a look at the old surveys and the new surveys, and for whatever reason, they've been backing them up.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lee.
But Chris, in these homes that have already been completed, and you've stated that in general they've been moving back, have those homes had to require a variance?
No, because they're moving them back. They're not trying to get forward. What they're doing is they're throwing off any opportunity for somebody that's original that might be closer. Now they're subjected to this setback that somebody else has set up because they've rebuilt their home further back. I mean, they have a large lot, so they have opportunity for that.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But then change will continue to occur, and we have to sort of look at what is there existing now, since that gives us this best sense of what's going to be coming or what's going to be there. So, okay.
Well, and this lot is on the very end of the block. I mean, it's the very first one off of Interlaken. It, with just the existing garage where it is right now, it sort of buffers that home to the north from Interlaken because it is closer and it's out further. So it's a little different than, say, having this house in the middle of the block where they're all further back and here's this house in the middle that's so much further forward. This is at the very end. So in terms of an even, consistent streetscape, I don't know if it really affects that at all.
But staff is recommending in this particular case.
I can't support it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carr.
Just a quick question. Have any of the neighbors objected to the plan?
We've heard from the neighbor that's directly affected to the north, and they're in full support of it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Platter.
I just have a question about the survey, and I bring this up because I drove by there earlier today, so I didn't have a chance to connect. But on the survey, it doesn't show any trees or vegetation on the lot. Isn't that something or at least between this and the watershed, don't they require to show the trees on the existing survey? Or I'm mistaken? There's a whole row of evergreens in front of this addition, which are not shown on either plan.
Correct.
I don't even know what's in the back of the house, but I mean, to me, that's a key piece to know about what's going on with all those pieces of the lot. Is there any plans that do show those? Do we have?
We don't have a survey showing the trees. It's not something that the city currently requires. I did ask in an email, it was attached to your report, if there would be any changes in landscaping or tree removal. The property owner said, to the best of their knowledge, the only landscaping that will be changing are some ornamental shrubs near our home. No major trees will be changing with the exception of possibly some branch trimming. So I asked the question because I saw the same thing. There's significant pine trees on the north side.
Yeah, I know. It's packed with them.
Chris, so you're good?
Yeah, that's
okay. With respect to the property to the north, I assume it was built after this house was built. It's more recent, correct?
Yes.
And was it built behind the required setback at the time it was built?
Just a little bit. It was twisted.
Not
terribly.
The new one was not terribly far back from the required setback.
No. I mean, it was twisted just a little bit. It was further back than it had to be. The ones to the north, they backed up a bit more.
So the second one north must be even further back because that's creating the average of the two.
Right.
Yeah, so it's 75 and then 94. Okay. So it's not like I guess what I'm driving at is did the house to the north dramatically skew the setback when they built? And
You know,
it
it's
sounds
hard,
like not
hard
too
to know.
badly.
It depends upon when they all came in and what the average was at that time or what was next door to them at that time. I think that the home to the north certainly had more opportunity to be closer because of the home to the south.
Yeah.
Now, the rest of them, they're further back, but I know that the ones in the middle that are the 93, 91, and I think even the 90, they backed themselves up. They wanted a deeper setback.
Okay. Other questions for Ms. Acker? All right, thank you, Chris. At this time, I'd invite the applicants to come forward and tell us about the project. Welcome.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. I'm Dale Erickson. This is my wife, Elizabeth Erickson. We weren't aware that the city wasn't in support of our variance request. We moved into the home about 1.5 years ago, and we weren't planning on adding anything to the home in terms of an addition, but we've been unable to mitigate that rate on gas. We have a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old daughter, and we've looked at every possible way in which to get the girls upstairs. We do have another option. It costs 2.5 to 3 times more, and that's to go up. We can do that. Now, the architect, unfortunately, Mr. Egberg, wasn't able to attend with us this evening. I hope that's not to our great detriment. If it is an issue, I don't think we can judge how favorable or unfavorable this variance request is with the commission, but I would have liked to have had him here tonight to explain why it is that going back doesn't work, going toward Interlochen to the south doesn't work. We did explore those options as well. What we're doing now on the plans that you have is taking a den that the children are currently sharing, making that slightly larger, and then creating a bedroom and a bathroom to the west toward Rolling Green Parkway. Again, we didn't mean to bring something that we didn't know was supported by the city to the commission. We'd love to have the variance, and we do believe it would be a nice addition to the home, and I don't believe it would be a terrible thing for the neighbors or the neighborhood for that matter.
So, Mr. Erickson, just from a process perspective, when these come to us at the commission, the staff who you worked with works up a report, and they go through it, and then they make a recommendation to us, and then it's up to us to make a decision. So,
got it.
Just so that you understand that. In terms of, your architect not being here, I'm not sure we're interested or we need the technical detail, but can you tell us a little bit about the decision making and the reasons why, the Interlochen side wasn't acceptable, the rear wasn't acceptable? I understand you're saying that it was going to be a significant additional expense to go up, but what about to the rear or to the side?
Yeah, in a nutshell, the house, as you can see on the plans, is a bit cattywampus on the property, the way it sits right now. The way the master bedroom, the master bath, and that den are configured, we looked at changing that, but that would have to be gutted on that whole side of the house. As you look at the main living room and the kitchen and the family room area, you'd have to build bedrooms off of there into the backyard and toward the south, toward Interlochen. And to build 2 bedrooms off there, it would take a large chunk of the backyard, which was one of the main reasons we bought the property. And then the girls would be that much closer to Interlochen. Now, we have a nice wall that prevents some of the sound, but we thought it would be best if we could put the 1 bedroom, the most minimum addition to the house, on our side with us, and that could create the 2 bedrooms rather than creating 1 bedroom on the opposite side of the house or a much larger addition closer to the street.
So the floor plan of the existing house made it awkward to put the bedrooms in different places, basically.
Yeah, and we love our home, but it's terribly awkward to deal with. We've literally had 4 different plans, one of which was to convert the garage into the bedrooms and put a new garage to the south, closer to Interlochen. But as you heard earlier this evening, apparently the garage isn't currently in conformance either. It's been difficult. And the original house was constructed in 1976, and the Deckers, who we bought the home from, put an addition on in 1992, and that's where the kitchen and the sunroom come, and that's to the south and east of the property. Again, where we could go would either be there for 2 new bedrooms or off the master bedroom toward the pool, and I don't know that we could accomplish that with how close the pool is to the home, to be quite honest with you.
Okay. Questions for the Ericksons? Commissioner Seeley.
So I understand that your primary motivation in requesting this variance is obviously to further the safety of your children, which I think is an incredibly noble cause. I can't speak incredibly intelligently about radon gas, but is there any possible way to find a proactive solution instead of a reactive one?
Yeah, we had a mitigation company come in and put additional measures on top of the sump well. And then we had another company come in that had a couple of ideas, one of which we didn't implement because the third entity, a contractor, came in and said that painting the floors and such doesn't actually work. We researched this issue at length to the point of actually considering maybe moving so that we didn't have the issue at all. And we've seen both sides of the issue. Some people say, well, it's not really an issue. They haven't separated these studies from the radon gas exposure and smoking in the home, so maybe you're not getting accurate results. And then we know other people that have spent a great deal of money on mitigation because they think any level is harmful to themselves and their children. That said, our contractor, the one we trust the most, said the only way we can do it is if we took the floor out, the whole floor of the basement out, jacked up the concrete, and put a new floor in and put plastic under that so you could have the radon leak out. And that project would be incredibly expensive and a big, big project.
Other question, Commissioner Olson.
So can you just describe the trees, this microphone, the vegetation in the front, and that would those trees remain if you add this addition, or would those, do you know which ones we're talking about?
Yeah, there was a question about whether they're in the survey or on the plans. They're not, but there is a picture, the O'Neill's home and our home, and there are some beautiful pine trees, and I don't want to lose any of them.
So those won't be affected by the addition?
No, the contractor said he'd prefer to take 2 of them out because it would make construction easier and less costly, but we would like to keep those. That's a nice buffer for the neighbor and traffic noise, and we think they're beautiful.
Thank you.
Commissioner Platter.
It's a single-story house right now, right?
Yes.
So if you did any addition, I don't want to say look awkward, but you'd have some tough going vertical on there, wouldn't you? I'd assume, just based upon the layout and everything there. So. Yeah,
that's what we've been told by 2 architects, and we sort of thought that ourselves. And again, the construction of the home, that would be on the 1976 side, so there are some complications, again, the difference in the cost, the complications of buttressing that second story. Since the house is sort of cattywampus, we can't just build on top of an existing house to get where we'd want to be. We have to put foundation materials. I'm not a contractor. I'm not at ease with the nomenclature, but we'd have to do considerable measures in order to support the 2 bedrooms and a bathroom and a sitting area upstairs.
Commissioner Lee.
You referred to a couple other architects. Are you working with one architect, or you've worked with several architects? And is this an architect for this current plan?
Mr. Egberg, I think, is a designer who works with Steve Dahl, Steve Dahl Construction. We had an architect, and I forget his name, come out and try to come up with a way actually to build bedrooms off of that family room area, and he did a rendering of us going above the house.
Okay, I just want to be sensitive about that because I think there's a lot assumed by saying that a person's an architect. An architect is licensed and registered in design and receives training on that. So in this particular case, when you said that you explored many options with an architect, that has a certain implication. So I'm glad you clarified that. I just want to kind of understand sort of where you're getting your advice and your perceptions as far as what your options are.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Further questions for the Ericksons? All right. Thank you. Don't go far. We may have some more. At this time, we'll open the public hearing and invite members of the public who have comments on this particular application to come forward and share their perspective. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thanks. My name is Owen O'Neill. We live directly to the north of the property. Live there, 4913 Rolling Green Parkway. We've lived there for 11 years. We welcome the Ericksons to the neighborhood. They've been great neighbors, and it's great to see more young kids in the neighborhood. We are fully supportive of their project, and as neighbors to the north of them, there is a row of trees, and we believe those trees will remain. And we simply don't have any trouble with what they're doing. And having had young kids, I think it's important that they're given every opportunity to try and mitigate that, the radon gas situation, which they have. And I would respectfully remind the Planning Commission that last year you gave a variance for front yard setbacks on Mary Lane, which many of the neighbors in Rolling Green didn't approve of, but you gave the setback anyway. This one, we approve of it, and we would certainly appreciate keeping them in the neighborhood.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Okay.
Other comments? All right. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second? And a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, so the public hearing is closed. We'll bring the discussion back to the Planning Commission. Comments? Commissioner Olson.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance and with conditions to match the plans. Help me out here, Chris, or since we don't have conditions of approval, correct? So it's usually following the plans dated, blah, blah, blah.
Subject to the plans presented in the survey and the grading, drainage, and erosion control plan.
Okay, that sounds good.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, further discussion on that motion. Commissioner Carr.
I would propose amending the motion to include maintenance of the tree buffer between the two properties as one of the conditions.
Is that condition acceptable to the mover?
Yes. Yes,
and
it
to
is.
The second?
Yes.
All right. Further discussion. Commissioner Schroeder.
Could I just ask the mover or the seconder to clarify for us findings that would support the variance?
The findings would be that I believe that the location of the proposed addition for the bedrooms fits the floor plan of the house better. I agree. Locating them off the morning room or the family room on the opposite side of the house really doesn't make a lot of sense. I think I'd prefer to have everyone on the same side. I think the floor plan, it doesn't fit putting it back towards the pool and the patio. And I believe the vegetation will block some of the addition within the variance or the setback, and supported by the neighbors.
Commissioner Schroeder.
May I offer another finding? I think when you look at this, the addition that they have at 19.5 feet wide poses very little significant impact on the experience on Rolling Green Parkway. And actually, as the neighbors stated, almost no impact on their particular property or their views. So I would like that added in as an amendment, friendly amendment to the motion.
Is that acceptable to the mover?
Yes.
And the seconder? Yes. All right. Further discussion. Commissioner Forrest.
Yeah, I think the one compelling thing for me is not the location or any of that. It's the fact that the radon issue, and having moved about 3 or 4 times in the 90s when that was a hot topic, and buying houses where that needed to be dealt with, I do fall into the camp that I think if it's possibly a hazard, then something should be done about it. I'm surprised that they weren't able to abate it. I know that very often that those types of systems need almost annual checkup and retesting by different contractors than the ones who actually put it in. That was suggested by a guy at the U for us. But I will go with the fact that you have in good faith actually tried to do what you can do with that. So I would like to have that in the findings as one of the unique situations about the property.
It's acceptable to the mover and the seconder. All right. Further discussion. Let me ask a question, Chris. If in the future, if this variance was granted and in the future, the applicant came back wanting to put or a future property owner came back wanting to put a second story onto the structure within the encroachment area, would that require another variance?
Yes,
Basically like the previous application we had.
exactly.
To me, one of the things that makes me more sympathetic is the fact that it's a one-story structure, and so it's not as intrusive. If it were a two-story structure coming closer to the street like that, I feel like it would be that would make a much difference. As Commissioner Schroeder said, that would make a lot of difference to the streetscape and the experience as you're going down that street. Other comments? Commissioner Carr.
I just have a question for Planner Teague. The applicants indicated that they had not received notice that the staff was not approving. What is the process for that? I just would like to have clarification on that.
Generally, they receive a staff report, just as you would receive a staff report on the Friday before it gets sent out, or possibly the Monday if it's in the mail.
Is it possible it went to the architect instead of the...
It could be possible.
Yeah, that might have been the applicant. Looking out for, there you are. That may have been what happened. Maybe your architect got the report. All right. Commissioner Lee.
I just wanted to round back to Commissioner Platter's comment about the surveys. I think that if the city currently doesn't require the landscape or the trees, tree locations to be shown on a survey, I think that is something that we, as a planning commission, really need to see. Because we're going to be asking that anyways. So maybe that's just something for future
We can do that typically in R1. Screening's not required in between single-family homes, but there is an impact when you're putting in an addition within a required setback. There's some screening issues there.
Yeah. Thanks.
Commissioner Hobbs.
And I guess I would just say that, if and I'm certainly sympathetic to the radon issue, but if that's going to be part of our decision-making process and granting a variance, I guess it would be nice to really have that documented in some way going forward, that there is no real effective way to mitigate the radon, so that forces to have to build in a situation like this. So if there's some way to document that in the future, I think that would be helpful.
Commissioner Lee.
Actually, yeah. I mean, that in some ways, we added that as an amendment, but the properties are purchased with an understanding. In some cases, that is beyond our control. So I think we are straying a bit into sort of that territory. So I recognize Commissioner Hobbs' comment, and I that is something that's creating a bit of quandary for me.
All right, is there further discussion? Commissioner Carr.
I would agree on the radon issue. That issue in and of itself shouldn't be necessarily viewed as certainly not unique. It's not unique, and I don't know if you'd even call it a practical difficulty in that many homes, I don't know what the percentage is, have that issue. I think the practical difficulties relate more to the configuration of the home on the lot.
All right, further discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. All right, motion passes 6-2. It's 8 of us, yeah. All right, congratulations, good luck with your project. Next item on the agenda is final development plan, final rezoning to amend the PUD 3 district at 6500 France Avenue for Aurora Investments, LLC. Carrie's going to introduce this.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Commission. This is a site, we may have reviewed a development proposal on this site more than any other that I can ever remember. So this one's been going on 2-3 years. It's located kitty corner from the Southdale Fairview Hospital, the intersection of 65th and France. The site is guided in our comprehensive plan for regional medical use. It currently has a zoning classification of PUD3, which allows a medical office on this site. And this is a rendering of the project that was approved by the City Council back in 2012 for the medical office. It was to be a 5-story building, and there was a pretty significant parking ramp adjacent to it. Cornelia Place Apartments would be located roughly in this location here. The Point of France Apartments would be to the rear, so you can see the parking ramp and the 5-story medical office that was approved, and they did receive final approval from the City Council. Back in early 2013, the applicant came up with a new use for the site and went through a full sketch plan review with Planning Commission and Council, and eventually did a preliminary rezoning of the site, and there were some comprehensive plan amendments associated with that. And the use was for senior housing, essentially, and there are some medical uses associated with the hospital. The amendment to the comprehensive plan included allowing senior housing within the regional medical district. And by coincidence, the Met Council just this evening, late this afternoon, approved all of our comprehensive plan amendments in the regional medical district. So that included the senior housing on this site and also the Beacon project that allowed affordable housing. So that's now officially been approved by the City Council. So because it's been over a year since preliminary approval of this project was given, just to show you the area highlighted in blue, that's the parking ramp in the medical office building. The area in orange, that's the proposed building, so it gives you a sense of how much smaller this building actually is compared to that medical office building that was approved for the site. They've made some minor changes to the plan since the preliminary approval was granted in 2013. Most significantly, there was some talk about the boulevard trees along France. They were going to try to save those. They're thinking that they're going to need to just replace those and plant new trees. They wouldn't survive the construction. They've worked with the Cornelia Place Apartments, the property there to the west. They're going to plant 22 pine trees on their property, and we'll take a look at a site plan in a minute that shows that. And they've also made some refinements to the Skyway connection that would lead from the proposed building into the parking ramp for the hospital to make that connection to the hospital. So this is the plan that's before the Planning Commission. It's the final development plan and the zoning ordinance, or the amendment to the zoning ordinance to redo that PUD3 zoning district. So the specifics are this would be a 100-unit senior assisted living. 10 of the units would be for affordable housing, so we'll get 10 affordable housing units toward our Metropolitan Council goals. There would be 54 units of skilled nursing and 34 units of memory care, and then 7 care suites for people that had surgery at the hospital or maybe Twin City Orthopedic that could move into this facility for a long-term stay. So there is that tie-in to the hospital. Down on the main level, there would be a coffee shop that would be open to the public. Residents of Point of France or employees of the hospital could use that bistro and coffee shop that's located on the corner, kind of that street engagement that we talked about the first time through. So here's a look at the site plan. Access would be available into the parking lot off 65th Street. The medical office use had an access on France. That's been taken away, so there's no access on France. And they do have this drop-off area for deliveries, etc. So here's that landscaping that I referred to, where they've worked with Cornelia Place Apartments and would be adding landscaping in that area to help buffer that garage area. You recall in the previous graphic you saw the parking ramp went to 15 feet from that lot line, so there's the added space there as well. I'll let the applicant go through, and they've got the building materials, and they can present that as part of their presentation. So this is a two-step development process. The comprehensive plan was already approved by the City Council and now has been officially approved by the Met Council. They received the preliminary rezoning. So now it's the second step, the last phase of this project. So the primary issue here is the proposed rezoning to PUD appropriate for the site. Staff believes that it is. It's a more efficient use of the property. The uses actually tie into the neighborhood a little better than the medical office, tying in with the residential and the medical. It is a pedestrian-friendly development. Sidewalks would be provided along France, along 65th, again the boulevard style. They are incorporating sustainable design principles. 15% over state energy guidelines is what they're pledging. They have included the green roof. That's all consistent with the preliminary development plan. This project will actually generate less traffic than the previously approved medical office, and it's quite significant. The traffic study that was done by WSB, just looking at the AM peak times for the proposed or the approved office, was to generate 279 trips, and this project would generate 27, so quite a significant reduction. In the PM, it's similar, 216 PM peak trips with the previous medical office and 40 with the proposed housing. In regard to the parking requirements, the project is code compliant in regard to our parking regulations. There have been some concern about, are they providing enough parking? So I also have the traffic consultant look at the parking as well, and they did some studies, and they have concluded that what's proposed here will provide enough parking for the site. So guests would also have access into that underground parking. There would be a security system to let people in that area. In terms of the grading and drainage plan, the previous plan had received approval from the watershed district. For the grading drainage plan, there's actually added green space compared to that plan, so we're anticipating no issues with the watershed district, but they still have to go through that process. And again, watershed requires city approval prior to their taking action on that, but we don't anticipate any issues. This is actually an improved plan compared to the previous. So with that, staff believes that it is the PUD ordinance and the PUD zoning is appropriate here and would recommend approval subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined in your staff report.
Thank you, Kerry. Questions for Mr. Teague? Commissioner Seeley.
What is the need for this particular type of building?
The need for this?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what is the motivation of making this the particular function of this building?
As far as the change out, it might be a good question for the applicant, why they decided to go with the medical office compared to the housing that's proposed.
Yeah.
From staff perspective, we see this as a little better use. Again, more consistent with the residential to the south, residential to the west. It's not going to generate as much traffic, not as much impact on the roadways. So we see that as a positive.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Kerry, on the Skyway, do you know, and this might be a question for the applicant, do you know whether there's public access to the Skyway from this structure? So, someone using the coffee shop bistro, would they be able to then access the Skyway to go across, or vice versa, park in there to come across and use that?
It's my understanding that they will be able to, but we can ask the applicant to confirm that.
Very good. Other questions? All right. Thank you, Kerry. Ask the applicant to come forward. Mr. Farr, Mr. Michaels, I don't know what we're going to do without you. We missed you. It's been so long. Welcome.
Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, my name is Steve Michaels of Mount Development. My office is at 3600 Minnesota Drive, Edina, Minnesota. We are pleased to be before you tonight to talk about the vision for the senior housing facility and care facility at this location. Ed Farr, the architect, is here. Luigi Bernardi of Aurora Investments is here also. Can answer any questions as we go through the process. We have assembled what we consider an exceptional team to put together the best ideas that we've seen in the senior market to make this a special building, both attached to the hospital and for the overall Edina community. So we're very excited to be able to start the building in the spring and offer some special senior housing services that might not be in Edina at this time. So tonight we are requesting your final approvals for the new building and the Skyway. I would like to highlight several points that are in your staff report, but we're also feel are important that we'd like to bring out from that staff report. The size is very important. The building will have a variety of senior services. People in the industry call that a continuum of care. Each service level, from independent living to assisted living, transitional care, memory care, and hospice, will be offered at this facility. Ebenezer will be the manager, operator, in a long-term lease. They are a sister company of Fairview, and they see this as an integral part to their medical model in this community. We've taken a lot of market information. We've seen some new senior housing facilities in the southwest area. We've learned from them. We've toured those projects. We've integrated a lot of those special features into this building. So to summarize the overall structure, it is 5 levels. Each level has a special designation based on the care that I mentioned, and the overall building does need to be this size to work with a lot of overall costs that we can spread out based on a building at this location on a premium parcel and on a very visible portion here in Edina. We have taken steps to be good neighbors, met with the Cornelia people a couple of times over the last several years. We've worked with screening, we've worked with sharing some services between their building and our building to mitigate certainly any noise or services that both our buildings could use. Met with Point of France a number of times, and Ebenezer has offered to use common space within this building to the Point of France people, the beauty shop, formal dining room, bistro. We have a significant sized community room that different activities will be in that area that the Point of France people could also participate should they choose. The city will be getting a number of benefits. The one we like the most is senior services that might not be within the community right now. The building does have a fair number of different types of units, and each of those work together to make individual experiences for the residents when they move in, both short-term and long-term. Traffic study, kind of an interesting perspective, is the 2 older office buildings that were there, code compliant was 138 parking stalls on grade. This new project has the same number, 134 parking stalls, but we are underground on all of those parking stalls. So as far as traffic and noise and visibility, the parking on this facility will be have a much less impact than even what was there previously. Our overriding goal is to create an individual environment based on the resident's stage in life. Ebenezer takes great lengths to create a community within the building. They've dedicated their A-team to this project, and they're very excited to make this building a reality also. We're in agreement with the staff report. There's a couple clarifications there that Ed Farr could bring up, but we are supportive of that staff recommendation. So I'll turn it over to Ed Farr to answer any architectural questions, or if you have any questions of me at this time.
No, I think we'll take care of the questions at the end. Thank you, Mr. Michaels.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Farr.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ed Farr, Edward Farr Architects, 7710 Golden Triangle Drive, Eden Prairie. And I recognize about half of your faces from last year. It's good to be back, and for those of you who have been here before and heard our spiel, bear with me as we go through it again. And for those new faces, I hope you find our project suitable for this use. We're very excited about it. All of the refinements that we've made since 2013 really have been improvements in our opinion, improvements and refinements. So hopefully you won't find anything detrimental here. Specifically the Skyway that we're really proud of as we refined that. The site plan, for those of you who don't know what we've done on here, the two buildings that were here have been knocked down already. The site's been vacant for about a year. One of those sites that fronted France Avenue actually had a driveway out onto it, and so we've removed any vehicular traffic from France Avenue, and all of our traffic comes off of West 65th and Improvement. So lower traffic numbers and better circulation and keeping that off France Avenue all is positive for vehicles. From a pedestrian standpoint and just the welcoming on the France Avenue experience, I know the city is trying to do a lot with France Avenue, and we applaud those efforts. It's a great place already in our metropolitan area. This corner of 65th and France, we want to turn into something special, not only for us but for you. So we think this is a real regional architectural feature here at the corner. We have that raised drum-like piece of architecture with that backlit glazed crown on top, and it'll really help define this regional area with the senior housing and the hospital, tie it all together, and really be a node within your city system. As Carrie pointed out, we have nicely tucked all of our parking out and away from view underneath the building. And since our application for a preliminary plan last year, we've worked to refine that. Our western driveway, if I can point with my mouse over here, we used to have a entrance and exit rather on the southwest wing. Right now, just have a entrance on that southwest wing for one-way flow through the parking ramp, and then you exit out the northwest wing, which makes it quicker to get out, fewer headlight issues to the adjacent property, and cleaner traffic flow. The site also features a beautiful south terrace for the residents, get sunlight, get out of the building during the day for a change of pace for the residents. There's another memory garden on the south side between the northwest wing and the southwest wing for, again, people who have memory concerns, a little more containment there for safety, security. I'm going to take you on a quick tour around the building. This is a helicopter view looking south as though you're hovering above the Fairview Southdale parking ramp. You can see 65th Street in the foreground there. Our main entrance for visitors is here. We have an entry court facing 65th Street. It's a 5-story structure with a blend of brick materials, some precast concrete, and I brought material samples and photos of those finished samples for your viewing pleasure. We do have that green roof that Carrie mentioned. This is a view of the front entrance court with a drop-off protection for visitors and residents from the rain. And we are using the City of Edina light fixture poles along 65th Street. As recommended, you have those along 66th now. And there's a second style of light fixture that we just heard from the city engineer that we'll be placing along France Avenue to be consistent with the France Avenue light pole fixtures that you're placing for that area-wide improvement. Looking eastbound on 65th, so this is as though you might be approaching, going to the hospital as an example. The Fairview ramp is on your left, and you'd be approaching our building on the right. So you see we also have the trees that are existing along the boulevard, new evergreens on our side yard, and the approaching Skyway. One of the city engineer's comment was to coordinate some of those emergency vehicle signals and the stoplights with our Skyway. We're checking into that now. We think it'll be fine dimensionally, and we'll continue to work with the engineer for successful resolution there. Spinning around, this is now looking north and east. Over the top of this building would be the hospital if I would have drawn that in there, but it's not. Point to France is to my right. You can see there are tennis courts vaguely up on the right-hand side. You can see the podium setbacks that we have on that this west facade of the building. Spinning around, this is that south terrace that we have for the residents. It has an indoor-outdoor fireplace to the dining room. People will be able to walk in and out of French doors from the dining room out to this patio area. It might have a gazebo, fireplace, other features like that for the residents. Along France Avenue, this would be the view as you're northbound on France, looking out your driver's side of the window. So you're looking basically north and west. We have some very nice arched brickwork on pedestrian level. Again, the podium setback on floors 3, 4, and 5. And you can see that south terrace off to the left. The trees on the left, you'll note that I have some green trees there. That's the shielding that is existing in place. Those are really, really tall trees right now, about 50 feet tall, between the Point-of-France's loading court area, which is on the left of this view, and our project. Getting close now more to pedestrian level at the strong corner element here. We're going to be having a piece of artwork at this corner. We're going to be having a little pub and coffee shop right inside, so we have some outdoor seating area opportunities here for a plaza with some colored concrete pavement, a lot of flowers and other shrubbery and raised planter beds to mix with the nice lighting. So this will be a very attractive, usable corner. And there's that image that we started out with that is also on our rendering over there on the easel. Good time to point out the skyway design that we've refined since last year. Used to be a little bit more simplified, but we took some architectural cues from the sister skyway connecting the hospital to the Fairview ramp with some of those architectural details, some vertical elements. We have trusses, of course, holding up the skyway from one end to the other, and we have those tapered, nice precast columns with brick trim, similar treatment that the skyway is supported with over France Avenue. So we think it's a good brother-sister relationship in form and function. Last but not least, these were the finished materials that we snapped pictures of in the shade and in the sun before for you. I do have about 7,500 pounds of materials that I could haul over here in front of the podium if you'd like to see them. I have them in living here with the glass and the precast and the brick if these pictures don't suffice for your needs. I think I'll stop there and wait for any questions that you may have from Mr. Michaels and I. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. Any questions for Mr. Farr or for Mr. Michaels? I guess I'd start with the, can you confirm my question to Mr. Teague about the access to the Skyway? Is there public access to the Skyway through the coffee shop / bistro? You know, if I'm just a member of the public and I'm on the corner and for whatever reason I want to take the Skyway across to the parking ramp instead of vice versa, do I get to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Other questions? Commissioner Olson.
So the windows on the view from France Avenue on the first floor, are those windows going into residential units, the big arch windows?
Some of them, yes. Okay. Specifically the ones more on the south side of that elevation. That's correct. Some of the windows closer to this entrance are.
So those are most likely to be kind of.
They're all tinted glass.
They're all
bronze
tinted glass.
That's
okay.
correct.
And then the Skyway, it goes into the parking lot or parking ramp, correct?
Correct. Yes,
and
at the same level that the other Skyway springs from to go over to the hospital. So there won't have to be a change in level when we get across to the parking ramp.
Great. And then do you have to do any redesign to that parking ramp to allow like the pedestrians to walk through there to connect to the
Very little. On our third floor plan in your package, you'll see that we're putting up one wall just to keep us in a hallway because we're entering right into their open air parking ramp on that third level. So we'll be contained in a new hallway to get to their elevator lobby and then beyond. So it's a short wall, but yes, we'll be climate controlled when we get into the parking ramp.
Great. So it's all been worked out with the hospital and everyone's in agreement to...
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Platter and then Commissioner Carr.
A couple of questions. So I forget, is this rental or ownership in this for individual units, or does it vary? Just curious.
I do not believe it's ownership. It's rental and...
It's all rental?
Yep.
Okay,
and
gotcha.
of course, short-term care also.
As far as the corner piece, you talked about a bistro here. Will that have additional signage for that to to be more on the public side? The reason I ask is I don't see any here, and I'm just trying to understand what the end result may be of how that looks. Is there
That has
more?
not been contemplated, no.
Okay.
Special individual signage for that.
Okay. And then the tower element, the for lack of a better term, the halo up there, is that lit? Is that
Yes,
cool?
it is. From the top. So
From the top?
Backlit, if you will.
Backlit,
to
gotcha.
avoid glare. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it'll glow, if you will.
Right.
It'll be
And
like a
then-
translucent glazing material.
Then I had a question, I think, on the shared services, but I think that was gone through pretty well. I know there's some questions in our literature about that, but it sounded like that was covered. And then also, you're saying you're removing the boulevard trees along there. What sizes do you plan on putting back at this point? I think most people would agree here. We don't want like a 2-inch put back when you're moving. There's a fair amount of trees along both those France and the 65th Street side.
Pardon me if I won't know the exact number of caliper inches exactly. I'll struggle to find out through the landscape schedule here. Maybe when I sit down I can come back and answer
Okay.
that. But we were challenged with the water main coming through there basically, besides our full basement excavation for that, the way the water main had to get routed around, and talking to the city engineer and our civil engineer, which prompted the removal of those trees. So they were almost at life, but had a few good years ahead of them. But I'll look at the landscape plan, but yes, to your point, I think we want to make sure that they get as large as possible initially.
Yeah, so we're not on a 25-year plan or anything before they look substantial.
Point taken.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carr.
I just wanted to compliment the entire team. You've been very responsive to the concerns that we have expressed. I think it's just an absolutely beautiful building. Will be a great addition to the city. And again, want to thank you for all your efforts again in responding to the community, the neighbors, et cetera.
Thank you so much.
Other questions for Mr. Farr or Mr. Michaels? No? Commissioner Schroeder.
I have a couple questions, some related to parking access and movements, and some relating to the landscape, but I want to start with one. I heard during your presentation, I see on the plan that there's actually a space called a pub. Is that truly a pub, or is it really meant for the use for or by people who live in the building?
That has become Commissioner Schroeder, that's become a very popular feature in the senior housing buildings. It is solely for the people within the building. For lack of a better phrase, it's a socializing room. It's used for Mother's Day, Thanksgiving, special events. It has a architectural style of the descriptive word that you use. It is not what you're inferring.
So then, what about the fitness space that's across the hall? Is that also directed to people who live in the building?
That particular business may be available, based on the operator that we're talking to outside people. It's a company that caters to people over 50 for fitness issues. They will probably market to the hospital employees and certainly to the neighboring buildings. So yes, we may have some outside people coming to that business.
And then the barber beauty shop that's in that same core, is that the same idea where you have, it's probably marketed to people who are in the building, but it's available to other people as well?
Traditionally, those are 3-day-a-week kind of operators, and usually just the people in the building. Pretty rare that folks from outside the building would come to that business.
So then maybe finish off by talking about the last component that would appear to be accessible from the corner of 65th and France, which would be the coffee bistro. Let's talk about that, please.
That would be catered to the adult daughter or son that's coming to visit mom and dad. They use that as a magnet to try and get them to come to the building more often and visit their parents. It would be staffed by Ebenezer employees. It would be a meet and greet sitting area, not a large commercial enterprise.
So then the skyway that links across to the parking deck, parking structure, and eventually to the hospital, how does one get from there into that, I'm not going to call it public space anymore, I'll come back to that. How does one get into that space?
There's a stairway and an elevator core on the east side of the building, and they could come through that third floor hallway, either take the stairs down or the...
Can you actually find a floor plan in your presentation and point out where that's happening?
I can do that.
Or use the overhead?
Here's the skyway system coming across third floor, and here's our stair and elevator.
And so now go to the first floor and show me where somebody gets from the elevator core to the public area of the building.
There's the stair and the elevator, and the amenities we're talking about are right here.
So then there is no separation between the public access across the skyway and those residential units that are on the first floor and oriented to France Avenue?
We're working on a door with the interior architect to separate these units from that circulation route.
So there would still be one unit that would be accessible from...
We're probably going to relocate that unit.
Okay. My concern is part of what we were trying to do when this was a medical office building was grant some relief to the France Avenue setback for having this be a building that's accessible to the public and would create interaction with the street, which is what we've been trying to do on France Avenue through a lot of the public realm investments we've been making at 66th, at 70th, 76th, and with the sidewalks that have been constructed over the last several months. And it would seem like what we have here is a very small portion of the building that's really very limited in terms of its access or orientation to the public, other than the fact that you have your glass drum that creates a signature out on the street. And I was under the impression we were trying to get a setback relief because we were trying to create interaction with the street. But let me go on to some other things. The kind of exterior spaces that are oriented towards resident use would seem to be the South Terrace and the Memory Care Garden. And I know people can get out and walk. There used to be a way, I think, to walk around the site in some of the earlier versions. I don't know if that still exists. But when I look at those two spaces, they really don't offer much in terms of like landscape relief. In the South Terrace, it would appear you have a few planters, but not much else other than hardscape, and I think you had some kind of a trellis structure on the easterly end. There's a little more on the Memory Garden, which is encouraging, but I'm wondering why some of that same thing couldn't happen on the South Terrace to actually create a landscape space that's more inviting for residents, particularly on a south-oriented space.
It can and probably will. Truth be told, I mean, we're going through a lot of refinement, and this city approval step will launch us into design development phase. And as you know, we architects, clients, and developers will be refining these until we finish our construction documents. So I think your points are well taken. We have actually 4 different resident outdoor spaces, the 2 of which you mentioned, primarily the South Terrace as well as the Memory Garden for the memory care people, but also at the main entrance There's a narrow sidewalk, albeit narrow, but there is a sidewalk on that north entrance to the left and right of the front doors where the residents will have some rocking chair opportunities just to be outside, and some of them like to be in that area of activity, to be outside, as well as the northeast corner that I pointed out near that drum-like architectural feature. But in terms of adding landscaping and other programmatic areas, we'll be working with Ebenezer to find out exactly the program requirements of that south terrace, besides the gazebo and some of those other ideas that we had before, to come up with the best mix of landscape and functional spaces for the residents.
Well, the landscape plan is a part of our final plan approval, and it's not shown, so we may put some requirements on you to go back and look at that, depending upon how this turns out. I'd also point out at the main entrance, that area that for at least a limited number of visitors to this building has probably the least amount of landscape on the entire site. And it seems a little bit at odds with the 5-story building arriving there. I know you have the canopy over the drop-off area, but it has very little landscaping that would actually mitigate the height of the building as a transition from 65th Street into the building. And I also want to ask a question about, there's 8 spaces there, which isn't really a lot in terms of parking, and so that my questions kind of run to that quantity of parking spaces provided for, I'm assuming, guests to the facility, and potentially to, if there ever would be any customers to the public-oriented space here. If they can't find a space there, they're forced to move out of that parking area on the easterly driveway, take a left turn, and actually at that point they're crossing not only the eastbound traffic lane but also the northbound left turn lane to get back, and I'm assuming to get back over to the parking garage entry on the west end of the site. So has the traffic engineer actually looked at the combination of those moves and peak hour traffic movements on 65th to see what the implications are? It's an interior site movement, which we don't typically analyze in our traffic studies, but it is an issue because I can see it being difficult for someone to actually get to a secondary parking space if the 8 parking spaces in that courtyard are filled.
I can't speak to your traffic consultant WSB's review of that particular turning movement. I understand what you mean. We've spoken to Ebenezer about this at length and looked at other facilities that they've put up. They feel comfortable with this. I have a feeling that through discussions with them, they'll be working to educate their residents immediately so that the resident can tell their visitors and guests to go right to that western driveway, as opposed to come and fail at the front door if there are limited parking spaces available there. We'll have an audio-video security system available to do those credentialings when the guest gets to that entrance door on the west.
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear that last part, though.
Sure. We'll have an audio-video credentialing system for that visitor or guest on the entrance to that lower level parking on the west side, so that they can buzz in, say, I'm the sister of Mrs. Smith, here to visit. She's not expecting me. And yes, come on in, park in stall 32.
Anything further, Commissioner Schroeder? All right. Commissioner Halva, then Commissioner Forrest. Go ahead.
Okay.
They'll perk up.
Well, I would also like to commend you on a beautiful and efficient design, and also I really appreciated the kind of architectural slideshow presentation. I thought that was very helpful. A question was raised in an email about overflow parking, and I know we've kind of talked about parking a lot, and I see that you have 8 spaces on the exterior, but I also wanted to clarify that you say in the community benefits section that the Skyway will link to the Fairview parking ramp, and so is there no available parking for this facility in that ramp as well? Have you thought about that or talked to them about it? Or is it just to connect to the hospital, and that's its sole purpose?
Commissioner, could you restate the question again, if you would, please?
Oh, yeah. So it says that the Skyway will link the building to the hospital. And is that its sole purpose, or is there any available parking for this facility in that ramp as well?
Sure. There's a couple of factors. The hospital provides imaging and lab work for the residents of the building. So the link is integral to get some testing from hospital services back to this facility. Physicians that do well checks will go back and forth also. The hospital ramp is available, although it's not advertised, for, say, a big day such as a Mother's Day or an Easter holiday, those kind of facility, or those kind of days when the hospital ramp really is underutilized and kind of peak days for these kind of buildings. So yes, people could park in the ramp. We do feel that our building meets code. We have seen in our other senior housing facilities that the code versus utilization are not necessarily symmetrical. York Gardens, for example, we did a parking study there, and there's a fair number of underutilized parking stalls at this facility. The average age is about 84 in these buildings, and they may come with a car for a year or two, but as they get along in years, the car tends to go away.
Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Staunton, if I could have permission to, I was asked to clarify a couple of the conditions, and I didn't do that in my earlier remarks. If we're so lucky to get a motion for approval this evening, on page 12 of the staff report, it starts to list 12 conditions. I'm sorry, there's a 13th one on page 14, but just in number of order, again, in the staff report, page 12, at the bottom, final approval subject to the following conditions. Number 1 has 5 bullet points indicating the plans that have been reviewed. Bullet points 2, 3, and 4 refer to our civil engineering plans, and those are dated back in May when we had an initial application that we pulled. We've since subsequently reissued all of our architectural and civil plans, and those should be dated October 27th instead of May 23rd. The city engineers acknowledged that in his review. I believe his review letter is dated November 5th, as stated further in this staff report here. But
I'm sorry, what was that about November 5th?
I wanted that clarification. October 27th are the dates of the grading, utility, and landscape plans, as opposed to May 23rd.
And is that what's in our packet, Carrie? Okay.
Thank you for that small clarification. At the bottom of page 13, condition number 12, I talked to Mr. Teague about this as well. We are providing 10% affordable units of the assisted and independent living. The math on that, we have 100 of those such units, and so 10% of 100 is 10 units. The 18 is a typo.
Any other items?
No. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Forrest, I think you had a comment or question.
I have several as well. I'm concerned about security because some of these residents are going to be vulnerable, and you've got access from the parking ramp or hospital coming in on the second floor. How are you going to screen people coming in? I mean, a lot of people, especially older adults, they want to live in security buildings. So, just active older adults do. So I'm concerned about that access. Also then, as Commissioner Schroeder was talking about moving from the more public to the private spaces, it's not clear on the plan. Some of these elevators look like they're more blocked off, almost like for staff use. So it's hard to tell. But that is a large concern of mine is, can you expand a little bit on movement and how security will be addressed? I'm even thinking the audio-video check-in system for the parking ramp, it's really easy to scam something like that. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about security.
Commissioner Ebenezer shares the same concern you do. They are professionals in the market. They have 33 buildings in the community. We have talked on security, special access doors, fobs, key codes. I don't know quite how to answer the question other than they're one of the premier operators in the community and they have the same concern you do.
Well, and that's the thing that's kind of bothersome for me is this is supposed to be the final plan, but that isn't addressed in this. And I know a lot of buildings, they use a central lobby to deal with that, but so that's a problem for me. I'm also, speaking of moving, it's kind of a theme here. The drop-off area on the north side, the porte cochere doesn't extend over the drive aisle. It just extends a little bit beyond the sidewalk area, as I read it. Is that correct?
We believe it should extend about 6 feet or so in the drive aisle to provide rain shelter for the passenger side of the vehicle.
So it would provide just for the passenger side of the vehicle.
That's correct.
How are you, I'm wondering too about this configuration, because if somebody wants to take a left onto 65th Street coming out of there, and it's a busy time of day, it could be again a little bit difficult for things to back up. Also, I don't think this is quite for the size of this building. It seems how are you going to manage if 4 people want to come and pick somebody up in their cars, and meanwhile there's a Metro Mobility van there, and then there's another special care van or something? I mean, it just seems like there isn't a lot of space here, especially because you've got the parking spaces there, but there's no place for them to pull over to the side for other people to get by easily.
We do. As a matter of fact, that was one of the features that we added, is that turn-off lane for that Metro Mobility. You'll notice that we added an island, if you recall, last year. So just with my finger here, is that slip aisle for those vehicles to get in and out of the way so that another car could enter and park and leave without being blocking the driveway. So we have two throats that feed through this courtyard area for that very purpose of separating those traffic movements.
Okay, I'm still, I don't recall seeing this configuration before. I'm not sure if it got changed between us and City Council or if I just missed the meeting or something. But
that's the improvement that I just talked about that we made since 2013.
Okay, so that is new for us.
Yeah, so we're
okay.
That comment, if you had made that before,
okay. I'm still having a big problem with this area because a lot of people will be getting rides from other individuals, and it's not like you have a drive with a sidewalk along it that people can walk down and, pull over to the side, park, somebody can get in and out and move. Instead, it's kind of get in right here. If it's raining, especially, you have to get in right here. It seems a little bit inhibiting to me.
Commissioner Forrest, if I may comment on that.
Please.
Our lower level has been designed to take a majority of those pickups. So Metro Mobility, any kind of special emergency services can all access the lower level. And we have elevator lobbies at the 2 different banks. So if people are coming on a reoccurring basis, if they're going to a Byerly's or out to a shopping center, they'll pick up the residents in the lower level in a protected area that is code for our level 1 and our level 2 uses within the building. So we anticipate a majority of the resident interaction happening in the garage level.
Can you point out on the garage level plan, that's A2.0? Because I looked at that too to see if there was a designated drop-off pickup area there, and I wasn't sure where it might be.
Our entrance is in the southwest corner here. There'll be one-way traffic flow through here. There's 2 elevator banks coming down, and we have an area over on the east where we anticipate that vehicles stop, collect residents, and then continue on and exit the northwest corner.
So you're talking about that number 1 area in there, is that a bay or is that just?
Yes, it's a parking bay.
So that's where Metro Mobility could park, or
That's where we're
somebody
thinking right
picking
now,
up?
yes.
Okay, that's That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Another moving issue, these are rental units, and it's a continuum of care. One of the most disruptive things for people who are going through a transition in their health or mental status is having to move apartments. So I'm thinking you've got things designated by floors as far as what type of care unit it is, and I'm just a little bit concerned if somebody moves into one unit and then they have to be shuffled to another unit as their health status changes. Maybe that's more for an Ebenezer person than you, but if you could help me any way you can.
I believe your question was if someone comes into the building as an independent resident. Our units on 3, 4, and 5 are very similar. Services might be different from 3 to 5, but the overall layout of the suites are pretty similar. Most of these suites are 600 to 950. There's a couple 1,100-foot suites. There's not a lot of furniture in them, but we do have services that would pretty much replicate the space that they're currently in, but probably on a different floor.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
It does. It does. It's just from experience and people I've known. It's even if you're moving to the same floor plan in the same building, moving apartments is tough on people. It'd be nice if they, and again, this is more of a management issue, but unless they needed skilled nursing care or memory care, it'd be nice if they could maintain their own apartment throughout their stay there.
I could speak to that if you'd like a little more clarification. All the independent units are very similar to the assisted living units. It's just the difference in care. So a resident could stay in that unit for a lot of years until they might need more specialized care, which would be on first or second floor. If you'd like a more detailed, we spent a fair amount of time 3 days ago at York Gardens on security. I mean, we have 14 cameras within the building. I have 22 key fob locks. I can show you within this plan on first and second how we're going to control outside people coming into the building. I just didn't come prepared to critique the inside of the building.
If you can do it very briefly, and then I had one more short question.
Visitor access, certainly from our north entrance. Which is staffed by qualified people pretty much throughout the evening and certainly during the high visitor times. At this point right here, we anticipate most of the visitors coming in. If you're a family, you would be coming in and then coming up through the elevators, getting into this area, and then going to the residents' rooms. We do have access right here for the public. We've got security doors across here. So this would be a public area through here. And then Ed mentioned up on third floor, we do have a public space coming across on the Skyway. So we really only have 3 good points of entry for outside people. Skyway up on third, northeast corner on 1, and then this main area right here. Everything else is locked off.
Yeah, I guess getting from the Skyway and maintaining that with the other public spaces would be nice because right now we've got resident rooms in that area, I think, if I recall what I saw on the map, but on the plan. But I'm sure that'll be something that can be managed. I just wanted to make sure that you guys are addressing that. The other thing I have a question about, more of a comment. The sound measurement, thank you, that was very helpful. However, the one thing that bothered me again was we're talking about a residential thing, and the biggest impact is any negative impact is probably going to be on the residents of the apartment buildings to the west and then Point of France. So it would be nice if the, let's see, if I recall, the collection times of the background sound were rush hour on weekdays, noon, and some evening in the weekdays, and then 11 to 1 on Saturdays, which are more busy times for that whole retail area. So it would be nice in the future, perhaps this is something that staff can suggest if it's a similar situation too, is to get the background measurements done at times when the residents that are neighbors to the building can, may want to use their outside spaces, their patios or whatever, so that you're actually seeing what the impact is going to be on the people who live in that neighborhood, not just the businesses and offices that are in the neighborhood. And I'm curious, I don't know, been trying to look up what this Magic Pack is, the HVAC system, and because that was part of the sound thing, and it comes out the walls on the north and south side. Is that correct?
Yes, they're self-contained heating air conditioning units for residential buildings like this.
So, yeah, I didn't see them on the renderings so much, so I was kind of curious how that works because it was something we didn't have before, too. So,
they look identical to the windows. They're just very small
Okay.
next to the windows. They'd be that same dark bronze color.
I just ran across that in the sound measurement stuff, so I was wondering what that was. So I will stop now and let you guys thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Marcos or Mr. Farr? Okay, seeing none, this is a public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing, invite any members of the public to come up and comment on this application. Mr. Persha. Welcome.
Thanks. Gene Persha, 6917 Cornelia Drive. Looking at this and living in this area for 30 years, it makes me wish that the Milovitz law firm never left. I want to remind you, especially what's coming next along France, that this is part of a continuing process of increasing density and massing and what I call the walling in of Southdale. I'm very, very concerned about everything that's being put up is bigger, grander, and demands more exceptions to the rules that have been in place previously. And I will speak to the PUD concept when we consider the building at 7200 France. But I'm very concerned about sight lines. I'm one who's not all in favor of skyways, will it be downtown Minneapolis, St. Paul, or wherever, because in some ways it's an obstruction of the view. This skyway, to me, is a private skyway. I can't see myself using it for any reason, and I'm one that's prone to use the street anyway. This is an obstruction of a city airspace. It's an obstruction of a view of the Cornelia Place apartment people that I don't know if they've weighed in on it, but I am concerned about it. I have been so concerned about skyways, I'm even concerned about the present skyway connecting the ramp with the hospital. Of course, the hospital's in a different category because of potential handicapped people and so forth that have to use it. But I'm very, very concerned about that. And the other thing that really troubles me about France, and I want you never to forget this, the traffic on France never, ever diminishes. It always increases. I know, I've studied it. We have over 36,000, almost 39,000 vehicles a day on a weekday between the crosstown and 494. The traffic on France 20 years ago was in question. When Equitable Life Insurance owned Southdale many years ago, a good 20 years ago, they were concerned about buying the property, not because it was a bad investment, but they're concerned about the traffic on France Avenue. And I thought, well, the more cars, the better, if you have a shopping center. And Equitable people felt too much traffic is going to deter people coming from the shopping center. I thought that was really interesting. I never forgot that. And so what are we doing now with the France corridor? We're increasing everything around it, and we're walling it in. Look at what's happening at the Southdale Medical Complex. Look what's happening at the old WIC site. Look what's happening across the new addition that's going on across from, I can't think of the exact street, across from the Wendy's restaurant there on York. So it's really increasing. And I'm going to make a prediction.
If I could just ask you to wrap it up, Mr. Pershing.
Okay. I'm going to make a prediction about even the Barley's apartments. We have yet to see what effect that's going to have on France, yet alone the egress and entrance to these places. And lastly, and Mr. Schroeder, I agree with you. We have a lack of green space, we have a lack of security, and a memory care unit needs a very, very confined space. And one of my favorite memory care units in the whole
Quickly,
area,
if you could, Mr. Pershing.
is the one that's behind a Target store near Norwood in, I think it's Hopkins. I like the whole way that's set up. They actually have some decent space and some good security. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pershing. Other comments from members of the public?
I'm Kathy Friedel. I live at 6566 France Avenue, Pointe-à-France. And I would just like to compliment Mr. Michaels and his team on the design that they've done for this building. They worked very closely with our residents to develop a building that is attractive and that fits in with the neighborhood. I think if I were to express concerns we have about the building, and I think they have been addressed, is the height of the building in regard to people who are living on the upper floors on the north side of Pointe-à-France, and how attractive that roof might be for them, because that is what they are going to be looking at as they look out of their windows. I'm pleased personally to see the gardens on the south side so that our residents will also be looking at green space in that area as well. I would agree with the gentleman who commented previously about the traffic on France Avenue, and that is a concern, and I know there was a comment made about the sidewalks and making them more walkable, but I would challenge anyone on the planning committee or the council to walk those streets. It's not pleasant because the sidewalks are too close to the street. That's my opinion only. But I would urge you to approve this project. Personally, I think it is a good addition to the neighborhood, and residential, from my opinion, is much better than office. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Friedel. Additional comments?
Laurie Groats, 5513 Park Place. I have a couple of comments. I have concerns about only the 8 spaces for the public parking. When I remember in the beginning, they were trying to encourage some public engagement with the building. If somebody wants to come and go into the bistro, and if they're not visiting somebody in the building with only 8 spaces there, I think a lot of them are going to be filled. The only other place to park, of course, is over in the Fairview parking lot. That is not any free parking. That's expensive parking. I'm concerned a little bit about the amount of hard space covered that's at this location. There isn't much in the way of landscaping. I don't see anything too much there for softening the landscape, a lot of hardscape. And also I'm wondering, with the continuum of care, when it gets to the point where people need a lot more care, and when they're in memory care, perhaps, I don't know if you can answer this or not, or if it would be Ebenezer, how large are the neighborhoods when they get to memory care? Neighborhoods meaning how many residents live in a little area. The trend is now to have fewer residents in a neighborhood, and so I'm wondering what that is, and I agree with Commissioner Forrest that it's very difficult when people have memory care issues when they have to change. They have to change a location. It doesn't have so much to do with the layout, perhaps, of their room, but it's with the people that take care of them, and they don't like any change, and it's very difficult on them. But I would like to see a lot more parking. I don't think that people should have to pay to park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Groats. Other comments from members of the public? All right. Seeing no further comment, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second? Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Public hearing is closed. Carrie, let me start the conversation with the commission here about, can you remind us what, we're at a final plan and final rezoning. Remind us what the scope of our review and inquiry is here. What things do we get? We did considerable work on this at the preliminary stage and looked at a lot of these details. What things are we to be looking at in trying to make the final decision?
Yeah, in general, you're looking at consistency with the preliminary approved plans. The plans presented this evening are generally consistent, but in terms of fine-tuning, landscaping, making suggestions like that, you can add conditions like that. But again, the project has been approved, preliminary rezoning, and the comprehensive plan has been amended to accommodate this project.
All right, with that context, comments from the Commission. Commissioner Olson.
Just real quick, I like the plan. I wasn't here for the, first 7 renditions or however you went through. But I guess my comment, too, is having those public uses, they're open to the public. I guess I am a little concerned, too, if there's not public parking or, visitor parking. I know that the parking requirements are mostly just for the units and the employees, but do we have any concern with that, Carrie, at all? With, I kind of believe that it's not going to be really, somebody's going to drive there to go to the pub or the coffee shop, but was there any thought to that the fact that we are kind of trying to promote some public use, but then we're not requiring any visitor parking or...
Yeah, this has changed a little bit since the office iteration where we had some retail down on that first level. When it became residential, that really became the primary use on the site. With wanting to have some interaction with the hospital and making that pedestrian friendly down on the street and access in, and that's that corner element is the main feature. So that there won't be people. There may be occasionally someone driving there just to go to the bistro, but probably not too likely.
So is there any change in parking requirements affiliated with that particular use? To the extent it's a public restaurant or coffee shop or the like, is it any different than the rest of the structure?
It's not. We calculated the parking just for the uses within the senior care.
Other comments or discussion? Commissioner Seeley?
Another issue of concern that kind of stuck with me was the issue of traffic. I know that was brought up by quite a few people through emails as well as through community comment. I understand that the traffic study did conclude that the roadways could support the proposed uses. However, evaluating this from a hypothetical sense, I would assume that, or I guess even in the possibility of it, residents have family that might be out of town, and so when they come and visit the people at the facility, then I feel like that would generate even more road traffic than normal. So this building, I feel like, would draw almost more traffic. And again, although it could support the proposed uses, I'm just not sure if that's going to be in the best interest of the neighborhood surrounding it, because that definitely did raise some issues of concern, again, among the community. So.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'd entertain a motion. Commissioner Carr? And just before that, are you looking, Carrie, for 2 motions or 1? Or does it matter to you?
The 2 motions.
So one on the final development plan and final rezoning, and the other on zoning ordinance amendment?
Correct, yep.
So with that, Commissioner Carr?
Well, my first motion would be that I move approval of the final development plan and the final rezoning to amend the PUD 3 district, subject to the conditions in the staff report and the findings as amended with the current dates that have been discussed at the meeting tonight.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on that motion? Commissioner Forrest.
I was just looking back at the traffic report, and unless, maybe I'm missing something here. Because I'm just glancing through here and I may have missed but the one I'm looking at here was dated June 26. Was there a subsequent traffic report?
There was not. You recall this project was approved in, I believe it was June of 2013. If I might just offer up the numbers again from the traffic study comparing the project that was approved for the site for the office. The anticipated AM peak traffic for the office development was to be 279 trips, and this project would generate 27. And in the PM, the approved office was to generate 216 trips. Again, that's in the PM peak time, and with the housing project, it would generate 40 trips. So this will generate significantly less traffic than the office building that was approved for this site.
I just wanted to point out that the traffic report, because it's an older report, it refers to like 200 units versus the 100 that's currently being proposed. So it's a smaller number of residents in the area.
All right. Is there further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Schroeder.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to point out with the conditions that are the findings that are identified in the staff report. Number 2 on page 11 talks about the building being brought up to the street, which it is, provides podium height, which we've talked about and it's part of our comprehensive plan, and front door entries towards the street. And first of all, we have one entry, and it's not really toward France Avenue. It's actually more directed to 65th Street. And it said sidewalks to encourage a more pedestrian-friendly environment along the street. I think we've had a real problem with trying to pull buildings up to the street and failing to actually create the more pedestrian-oriented environment that the comprehensive plan might have intended. On the bottom of that page, it goes into building placement design. It says where appropriate, building facade should form a consistent street wall, which this project does, help define the street, which I suppose it does, and enhance the pedestrian environment, which I actually question significantly. I don't think this building, even with the podium height, actually enhances the pedestrian environment along France Avenue. There's no real engagement. When we go to the next page and we talk about locating building entries and storefront to face the primary street, this is Aurora on France, but there are no entries that actually go onto France. There might be one that's almost onto France. And so when we look at it from that perspective, I don't think it's satisfying what we're trying to do with the engagement of the street that we're allowing through, or that we would be encouraging through the strategy of applying a PUD to this project.
Further discussion? All right, hearing no further discussion, Jackie, would you please call the roll on this vote?
Yes.
No.
Aye.
Commissioner Olson? Aye. Commissioner Carr? Aye. Commissioner Platter?
Aye.
Commissioner Forrest?
Aye.
Chair Staunton?
Aye. So the motion passes 7-1. Is there a motion on the zoning ordinance amendment? Commissioner Carr.
I would move approval of the zoning ordinance amendment establishing the PUD, subject to the conditions and findings of the staff report.
Is there a second? Second. Discussion. Hearing no discussion. Commissioner Schroeder, you just want to...
It's the same issue before. Right. It fails to meet my standards for what we're trying to achieve through a PUD.
Fair enough. Any other comment? Jackie, would you call? Oh, Commissioner Lee.
I guess I just want to respond to that comment. You know, in some ways, the PUD, it's broad enough, but I think I'm looking at this as more of a senior care facility. So in some ways, it goes back to that same comment sometimes we had with some of the businesses, where they would say, yeah, we like having the public be able to come in here, but there's also that element of security. So I think that it's a tough call how you resolve that, how to engage the street, so to speak, on a facility where in some ways you really want security. I'm thinking in terms of if I had a loved one in that facility and I know that the public could get in through the parking ramp and come down. So I just think that maybe in terms of overall the PUD, our guidelines need to be looked at in a broad sense, and then we distill it down to the specific project and say for the particular building type. So I think for me, that's probably why I think that I can support this.
Commissioner Schroeder.
I would just like to offer as a history, in all the times that Mr. Michaels has come to us, and I can't even think how many times that is now, when we first brought this up the street, it wasn't a residential building, it was a medical office building, and it had a series of commercially oriented facilities up against France Avenue. And this idea about having the building address the street and being placed at this location is a carryover for when the building had an entirely different use behind it. We've never stepped back and said, as a residential use, it still makes sense to have this building close to the street with no entries onto France Avenue.
Commissioner Forrest.
I'd just like to make sure that those comments get in the record for the council, because I think they're very valid comments.
It's all in the record.
Well, just
every last minute. All right, further discussion. Jackie, would you call the roll, please?
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Carr.
Aye.
Commissioner Plowder.
Aye.
Commissioner Forrest.
Aye.
Chair Stotton.
Aye. All right, the two motions pass. That concludes this item. Thank you for those applicants and members of the public who are here for this item. Next up is comprehensive plan amendments, preliminary rezoning to PUD, planned unit development, and preliminary development plan for 7200 France LLC, 7200 France Avenue. Carrie, you're going to introduce this for us?
I will. Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the Planning Commission. This property is located on France Avenue on the west side, intersection of 72nd and France, west of the new Byerly's project. The property is currently guided in our this map is from the comprehensive plan, guided as office residential. It's this pink area on the west side of France, has a height maximum of 4 stories. 2 stories is the suggested podium height per the comprehensive plan. The site is zoned planned office district 1. It's the area in orange here. This map may be a little difficult to see, but so the orange is the planned office district. To the north here, this purple, that's the Sunrise Senior Housing Project. The area that's highlighted with the X on the property, those are duplexes. And we've got the single-family homes, the large white area. And then this speckled area, that's high-density residential. So just to give you a little context of the zoning that's adjacent to this site. The site's also located in an area that we've identified as a potential area of change in the comprehensive plan. When we went through this sketch plan, we didn't have a lot of discussion about whether a small area plan would be needed. But I just want to mention that again, this is in an area that we are suggesting as a potential area of change. So what the applicant is proposing here is to remove the existing office building, it's about a 40,000 square foot building, from the site and build a 5-story, 160-unit apartment building. 32 of the units would be for affordable housing, that's 20%, which is pretty significant considering a lot of the development that we've seen over the recent years. So getting affordable housing is a big deal. Again, one of our goals of our planned unit development and a big goal in the comprehensive plan. There would be 20,000 square feet of retail along France Avenue on the first level. 2 restaurants are talked about, programmed on each end within that retail space. So you may recall that we did go through a sketch plan this past summer on the project, on this property. At that time, the proposal was for 6 stories. This is a look at the sketch plan that was considered. 6 stories on France and 4 stories on the west end. So the applicant has made some revisions to try to address some of the concerns. So just to highlight some of those changes, they've reduced the number of units from 195 down to 160. They've reduced the building height from 6 stories to 5 stories. The townhome height on that west side has been reduced from 4 stories to 3 stories. The floor area ratio, which is the size of the lot per the square footage that's allowed, they've reduced that from 1.88 to 1.49. They've increased the podium height on France by 10 feet. They've created a boulevard along 72nd Street that serves to prevent left turns out of the site. That was a big concern that was raised at sketch plan, was directing traffic away from the residential area to the west. They've increased that setback on the west boundary from 60 feet to 75 feet, and the commercial square footage has been reduced from 26,500 down to 20,000 square feet. So this is a 2-step development process. This first step that's before the Planning Commission includes 3 comprehensive plan amendments for building height. Again, this is a 4-story, 48 feet area, and the proposal here is for 5 stories and 76 and a half feet. The housing density from 30 units an acre to 50 units an acre. Floor area ratio is 0.5, which is maximum allowed on this site, to 1.49. There will be preliminary rezoning from POD 1 to PUD, and then the preliminary development plan. If the council approves this first step, they would then come back for final rezoning, and then an ordinance amendment that would establish the PUD zoning district. So just to take you through the plan, this is a look from France Avenue. This is the retail space, and then there would be the 4-story housing above it, 5-story total. This is a look down 72nd Street. You can see that that center island that would prevent left turns out. Another view off of 72nd Street. So this is the overall site plan. You can see there's an existing turn-in off of France today. They would like to maintain that. The right-in, right-out into the underground parking area, this access would be just for the retail space. Access into the residential portion of the project would be off 72nd Street. Entrance into the underground ramp would be located here, and then they would circulate out. Do want to mention that being this is a county roadway, the county has to approve those accesses, and they have given some preliminary indication that they would not like to see this right in, right out.
That's on the France side?
On the France side, yeah. Correct. In fact, they're not real crazy about this right in. They'd like to see that go away. So that's a question that's still out there. If the county doesn't allow any access here, it's going to cause a redo of the plan. To what extent, I'm not exactly sure, but want to put that out there as the county would have to approve that access. The applicant did do I want to mention too that Wenken Associates did the traffic study here. Ed Terhar is here this evening from Wenk to answer any questions that you may have, but they have concluded that the proposed project here can be supported by the existing roadway system. And again, Ed is here to address any questions that you might have. The applicant also performed a shadow study, kind of similar to what we did on the Wicks project. And the most significant impact in terms of shadows being cast into the residential area would be in the winter months, primarily between 9 a.m. and noon. You can see the shadows that would be cast on those properties. So they also performed that study for March and again in June. So again, the most significant being the winter months. In terms of landscaping, based on the perimeter of the site, 40 overstory trees are needed by code. They're proposing here 77. Also, they would be, as proposed, they'd like to maintain all of the wooded area on the west side of the property to provide that buffer. Loading and trash would be all within the interior court area here. You can see the service for loading for the commercial would be in that location there. In terms of grading and drainage, we've got Mr. Bintner here with us this evening. There are some concerns here in regard to the grading and drainage. The existing parking ramp is essentially floodplain today, and the area, the wooded area, serves as a holding, kind of an overflow ponding. But there are some concerns that would need to be worked out in terms of the grading and drainage. There would have to be, in all likelihood, some type of an underground system, which may jeopardize some of the landscaping on that west side. So some of those issues are out there as well. I want to touch on this we have that setback requirement for any building that's over 4 stories in height, that you need to maintain a setback that's essentially double the height of the building. Not an issue in this case. The 5-story portion of the building is roughly about 300 feet to the closest property that's zoned R1 on the corner here, and the closest R1 property is within the cul-de-sac there. So they would meet that standard in terms of setback to R1 districts. To accommodate the request, as I mentioned, there's 3 comprehensive plan amendments that are necessary in dealing with height, density, and floor area ratio. Staff has included within the staff report a suggestion on how the city might get there to accommodate those amendments. So this is language from the comprehensive plan that talks about the density. And as recently amended in the comprehensive plan, the density in this area is between 20 and 30 units per acre, and the maximum floor area ratio is up to 1. So if this is a project that Planning Commission and Council supports, I'm suggesting some language here that could accommodate that. So rather than increasing that specific range, I'm suggesting, similar to what we did with the senior housing project that we just talked about, allowing a density range to be increased up to that 50 units as long as they provide certain things, like in this instance, the 20% affordable housing. We could also add things like sustainable design, things that we would that would get us to a higher density. So I'm just throwing that out there as a suggestion if this is where the city would like to go in approving a comprehensive plan amendment. In regard to the height, I'm suggesting something similar to what we did with the WIC site. What we did was just simply put an asterisk by the 2 to 4 story range and state that the city would allow an increase up to 5 stories in this instance if podium height is utilized along France and along the west side. So again, that's an example of language that could be used rather than just increasing height all up and down on that west side. In terms of the PUD that's requested, there's quite a bit of flexibility or differing from the standards that would normally be allowed in the planned office district. The required setbacks are based on the height of the building. So at max, it's just about 77 feet, so I called it a 77-foot setback. They're proposing 26 feet on France, 27 feet on 72nd Street, and then a 5-foot setback to the south. And again, building height, they would request flexibility there. And then the floor area ratio is nearly triple what's allowed by code. Just a quick graphic that would show you the required setbacks for the building were they to meet setback. So you see the 5-foot setback along the south and then the setback to the north. Given the size of this property, the maximum size building that would be allowed on the site is about 75,000 square foot building. So that would accommodate, as I mentioned, it's about a 40,000 square foot building now. So there is some room to expand the existing or potentially a tear down rebuild of a new office building that in the site could accommodate that quite easily. So the primary issues for consideration of the Planning Commission is the proposed PUD zoning appropriate for the site, and second are the proposed comprehensive plan amendments regarding the land use, height, and density reasonable to allow the proposed development. So taking the first issue in regard to the PUD, staff does believe that the PUD is appropriate here. Again, as I mentioned, the affordable housing, that's one of our goals of the PUD, where we would achieve 32 units here, 20%. toward our Met Council goal. The mixed use, the uses allowed here are allowed by the zoning, the office residential as it's designated in the comprehensive plan. So the uses here are a good fit for this site. This would be a pedestrian-friendly development. They're proposing boulevard-style sidewalks along 72nd. There was some discussion during sketch plan about pulling the sidewalk off France to the other side of the little turn-in area here. They have accommodated that, so the sidewalk would be separated from France with a crossing to the south. They're proposing sustainability standards as outlined in their narrative. They're suggesting 20% energy savings over the current state regulations. And also the PUD would ensure that this is the project that's developed. So staff believes that the PUD would be the appropriate tool here. Second issue, is the comprehensive plan amendment appropriate? And that's where staff believes this project is a little bit too much for the site currently. As I mentioned, the proposed floor area ratio is nearly 3 times what would be allowed under the current zoning POD. Just for comparison, a lot of comparisons have been made to the WIC site where we approved the housing project there. In comparing the floor area ratio flexibility that was required or requested and approved there, the maximum FAR was 1.0, and they were allowed a 1.27, so it was just a slight increase over that, where again, as proposed here, 0.5 is what's allowed by code, and they're proposing nearly triple that at almost 1.5. The west side of France, as described in the comprehensive plan, is seen as a transition area into the low density in the yellow area here. And again, that's partially why the heights are a little bit less and the allowed floor area ratio is a little bit less within that area. Staff would be concerned about setting a precedent for similar requests within this area. Again, there's some redevelopment potential within this area. So in approving this project, we'd be concerned about setting a precedent for a similar density. The Planning Commission has talked about doing a study to take a look at densities on this west side of France and make a determination. Are there adequate utilities to support increase in density? Can the roads support this if in the accumulation of this type of density on the west side of France? So it just seems this project may be a little premature without that study being done. A lot of concerns were raised at the sketch plan in regard to the mass of the building. Just doesn't seem they've gone quite far enough to address a lot of those concerns that were raised. And again, there's that access issue with the county that's also out there. So with that, I will stop and answer any questions that you may have, but the staff recommendation here is to deny the project based on the findings that are outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Carrie. Just to remind everybody, we're going to hear from staff here. We'll ask some questions, and we'll hear from the applicant. We'll ask some questions, and then we'll open the public hearing. So I just want to see if there's any commission questions for staff, but let's keep them as questions and reserve comments and discussion until after we've heard from everyone. Commissioner Platter.
Yeah, Carrie, is there a section through this whole project in there? I was trying to understand with the site being so, the site's roughly 10 to 15 feet below the streets right now. Is where they're measuring the 77 feet, is that from the same elevation as France, or is that from the bottom of the site?
Yeah, I believe it's from France. That I measured it from their front elevation.
So basically building a podium across the whole thing.
Right.
That would time out with France and 72nd to some extent.
Right,
and this
so
5 stories would be on top of that, right?
Correct. The underground parking kind of works into that as the site drops down.
Into that space.
Right.
Okay, gotcha. I thought that's what's going on. Then the other thing I had is the project to the north. I think it's the Sunrise. I believe that's 3 stories. Do you recall the density units breaker on that one? Was that
Yeah, it's about 30 units an acre.
30 units an acre?
There was a comprehensive plan amendment that was done. That site was a church prior to the Sunrise, so it was guided as a semi-public, I believe. So they needed to re-guide it for the higher density.
So that was higher, and that's, okay. And then, are they proposing any off-sites here? In other words, sidewalk somewhere else, or, I know at one time they talked about a sidewalk back to the park behind there. I don't know if they any pieces to that also.
Yeah, that didn't get a lot of traction during sketch plan. You're right, that was talked about, but that's not what's proposed here now.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Forrest.
I'm confused by this, by the podium height aspect of it. Is there a rendition you can kind of show me what you're actually referring to by podium height, and they're increasing podium height, and is that account for? I mean, as with Commissioner Clattery, from 4 stories and 48 feet to 5 stories and 76.5 feet. So that's 28.5 feet additional to add 1 floor?
The podium height that I was suggesting that they had increased was this comes out a little bit farther on the first level on France Avenue. So this is the podium here. And the podium that I'm referring to on the backside is just the 3-story itself compared to the 5-story.
So what they did then is they actually stepped the building back from France a little bit. Is that what you're referring to by increasing podium? Because it's increasing podium height. That was confusing to me.
Yeah, not the height of the structure itself, but they stepped the 4-story portion back away.
That's
from
what
France.
I was wondering. And then I imagine that some of that increased height has to do with the first floor restaurants and retail, but it just, I don't know if you have any comment about that additional.
No, that's a good point, because the 6-story that was presented at the sketch plan, they talked about 80 feet, and this is 77 now, so maybe they did a little more detail work on the heights of those buildings, or the height of each story.
Commissioner Seeley.
You mentioned this idea of determining whether or not the city could handle this increase in density. I believe you briefly mentioned a possible study. Do you have any idea as to what the methodology of that study could be?
Yeah, we've had some discussions here with the Planning Commission about how we're going to roll that out, but we want to get input from residents. We're going to get some of that tonight. But property owners, stakeholders, try to identify issues, and then chart a course from there. But we'll want to take a look at what is the sewer capacity, take a look at the traffic, just anticipate increase in growth up and down France on the west side.
All right, thanks so much.
Other questions? Commissioner Olson?
So the traffic study is saying that they're not finding this to be a negative impact. How far did that study go? Did it go into the Cornelia neighborhood? And, those were some of our concerns the last time, was that not necessarily just what happens right here, but, now is traffic going to go through by the school? And do you know how far it
I'll
went?
let Mr. Terhar speak to
you.
that in detail, but he did take a look at that movement. And as with all of our traffic studies, we take into account development that's not yet built but anticipated. So all of that is factored in.
Commissioner Carr.
I believe when you showed us a diagram, you said there was a high-density area south of this site. And I think I don't know if it's adjacent to the site or not. It was one of your original.
Yeah.
And with respect to that location, I guess I'm interested in where that location is. And when you mean high density,
That's a zoning.
what density are you referring to? What would that mean, high density?
Carrie, that's a zoning. I think
Yeah,
it's
this
a previous map.
is the zoning, so I was just pointing out that that's the area
That's
that's zoned for high density. And it's located in this brown area here. And I will have to take a check in our comprehensive plan to see what that density range is for that.
Well, yeah,
high
you see, I
density.
wanted to understand what that density was in relationship to the density that's being proposed for this development, because it's very close to the high-density area. That also appears to be adjacent.
It's 12 to 30 units per acre in high density.
Is that 12 to 30?
Is it? Is it? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Carrie. Ask the applicants to come forward and make your presentation. You're gonna have to use.
That's second row of our presentation, but introduce myself. Dean DeVolis, DJ Architecture, 509 Ridge Road, Edina, Minnesota, and I also have with me Lori Boyclair, developer of Boyclair Corporation, and Madam Seraphine of NHH Property. So,
welcome.
We're all here to answer questions and go through the development. So, hang on, we're just getting this set up. So all I'm going to do is do a quick walkthrough. Carrie did a pretty good project, so I'm just going to go sort of through the highlights within it. The project really consists of multiple components, so it's not just all apartments. It is actually has 20 townhouses as part of the mix, 134 apartments, and then 5 loft apartments. So it provides a variety of housing in addition to the retail that faces along France Avenue. And the site today, as you know, is basically a surface parking lot suppressed because this was part of a gravel pit, and that's how the site got shaped initially. And the garage does basically fit within that gravel pit, so we're able to basically conceal 100% of our parking, which is unique on France Avenue, and basically make the whole site green in its appearance. These trees we will complete, Carrie mentioned, could be threatened by the reservoir. If we need to do a reservoir, we'll do it below our parking ramp to keep this buffer intact, because that buffer is very important, very significant. It's rare that you have a site in which you have a mature buffer that's grown over many years at this density. That really is a site attribute. And we designed the project by pulling it further to the west, as Carrie mentioned, to protect this area and really maintain that, because that's, like I say, a real crucial element of making this project work. We did, and then we did obviously reduce densities to, as requested, to really get it to a scale that works. And we took this side of the townhouse to 3 stories and did a podium development on this as reference. So it's podium plus 4 on this side, and then 4 against the 5 against the apartment and office building here. And essentially our site's, surrounded by apartment building here, office building here, the buffer here, and then twin homes back in this area. This is our site plan. Again, basically we're really nestled in it. Again, the idea is that we've taken and basically hidden 100% of the parking. And this picture is sort of indicative. Obviously, Byler's has been redeveloped since then, but it's still maintained their parking lot here, the parking lot across the street, the parking here, and the idea is that really try to get the green in the site by taking the parking component and putting it all below grade. This just shows the site plan in a little more detail, and probably the major components of this is we have the earth roof, which will help with storm water and retainage, green roof component here. There's also a green roof component in the podium. The idea of the sidewalk connection here and the active uses along France and the boulevard here. So the idea is we can knit this site from residential through our site to France, that we start making connections to France. Right now France is sort of an isolated street, so, basically divided by major parking lots, and office buildings sort of sit in the midst of this parking lot. And the idea we're trying to develop a more street continuity, this being the first piece in the puzzle, to start that. And, the example is that little building that we did on 70th in France, which was sort of the beginning of trying to take a building to the street and create street access, address, and sidewalk and those kind of connections. The thing about the traffic is we put this island that Carrie mentioned so that all our residential traffic never goes into the neighborhood. So the idea is that it's all into the garage and back out, so that we're never impacting going into the neighborhood. And that's the idea of the boulevard, which really does 2 things. 1, control the traffic. 2, create a green entrance to the neighborhood. So while I may not discourage cut-through traffic, which some do so already, it tends to slow it down. We did that type of development on France Avenue with Bader Zimmerman at France and Excelsior, where the Mill Valley Inn is. We developed an island of trees in the middle of France, and that worked in making people sort of naturally stop because it sort of ended the appearance of a through street in the area. And this is somewhat sort of using the same cues, and it's a little bit what the city of Minneapolis has done along Lyndale Avenue in the city. All our commercial traffic, it would come off France. Obviously, we need to finish our negotiations with Hennepin County. They obviously allowed Barley's a right in, right out. I think we can achieve the same thing because they set that precedent already. And that's important because all our commercial traffic never goes down 72nd at all. So it's only the residential traffic coming in partway and out. And all our commercial is segregated strictly on France, and the parking plates are separated, so there will be no chance of that occurring. So really try to mitigate and control traffic to keep it on the major thoroughfares and not let it impact or embed the neighborhood at all. This is the overall image of the project. And one thing we try to do is accommodate a lot of different facades, scale, steps, and moment to it. That 77, that's a little bit of these loft units here, so that's where the height is, but it is 5 stories here, and then the 3-story townhouse you see in the back. But the idea is really to play up a lot of different facades, cut out corners, create the public space on a corner of the restaurant is going to be, provide a variety and change in elevations, color, and material, so the building has a lot of activity and scale and action to it, so it's not just a large mass of real estate, but something that really breaks down into various components to keep it. Again, here's another view looking along France. This is the inside courtyard with the entrance of the housing you see in the center, and then the townhouse is at the rear of the site. We took away the trees so you can see the building, but this area is actually solid trees in here, but if I had not taken, I wouldn't see much building in this. These are the computer versions, so we did some computer realistic so you can sort of see what photorealism. This is important because this is what 72nd looks today. You can see the Con Street going back. This is what we're proposing. So we want to sort of change the effect and nature of the street and create it into a boulevard and give it a narrow scale so it really takes on a different identity as opposed to sort of right now sort of a broad concrete street with little streetscape or elements to it. So to really change the nature of how this connects so that at least there's a physical signature of a landscape street that leads the neighborhood where you get to Gallagher, which is a commercial street, is more open. And yeah, so its idea is really set a precedent. Again, this is sort of the corner of the building, sort of how that would work. This, again, is taking that view of France, again, using the photorealism so you get an idea of the materials, colors, texture, variety of shapes, and the commercial and the nature of the podium. And again, this is a view into the courtyard of the building and looking at the interior courtyard. So we're sort of taking all traffic, garage entry and stuff and internalize it within the building so the building sort of protects any activity from the outside of it, that the courtyard sort of absorbs all that. This is just views of the building without color, so you just see its massing, sort of its pure form and understanding it. So quickly through the floor plates, here's the main floor, commercial here. This is all outdoor patio, seating area here, our pedestrian connection coming across this area. This is a residential drop-off here, townhouses, as you see in the rear, entry, commercial. And then just going up the floors, you see the townhouse, commercial, and then successive floors thereafter. Here's the podium. That was questioned, the green roof related to that here and here in that area. And we've also had, it's not shown here, we've also developed actually a green roof here, which is not shown in there in sort of 2 areas. And then just going up successive floors, now you see where this stops. This is level 4, level 5. And then the very top, that 177, just these little penthouse units, there's just the 5 of them that sit along France Avenue right through this section there. The garages, one thing we want to do with this building is really handle 3 levels of transportation: pedestrian, bicycle, and automobile. And what we're providing is bike parking within the garage. We're also providing bike drop-off, bike valet, and those components encourage that. The pedestrian, by making those connections, neighborhood and connection of France, really make it a pedestrian-friendly green development. That image of 77th was talked about, and then probably third level, the automobile, to allow it to come to the site, because it's still, the automobile is still the nature of Edina, but sort of control its entrance, where it goes, and basically put all the cars underground. So essentially we're taking all the parking and putting 100% below ground, except for a few short-term spaces that you see up above. So this represents the commercial level. Here's the townhouses, which have their entry from below the garage and also up at the main level. This is a residential level. We have various bike rooms, bike repair spots incorporated within that. And the same thing in the lobby. There's a bike room, and let me go back to this. And I missed, that sits right up in this area. So we're really trying to accommodate all three levels of transportation to make this work. This is the base, so those are garages. And then here's, a question about height and relationship. So the blue represents our building. Below here would be the two levels of garages. So this is the Sunrise, this is the office building, and so you get the heights comparison, 56, 63, 77, just that little piece that goes higher, that little piece that goes high there. So you can see sort of the scale elements looking both ways along what it is. And here's an idea of the depth of the podium, which is 10 feet, which I think is one of the questions that was asked, and where we pull this tighter. So what's dotted is what we took away in here in terms of scaling it. So the dark blue is what represents a present proposal. The dotted is what was a past proposal. This is just a diagram showing the parking fields. All the white represents parking lots, surface. So, France today is heavily dominated by surface lots. This is our development here. So you can sort of see the idea of minimizing the parking prior to green. Sunrise across the street is very green. It's senior, so the parking requirements are very limited. But you sort of look at the pattern of France, point building sitting in center of parking lots, which sort of makes a tough pedestrian environment. So the idea is that by developing the edges, getting the parking line, that this building starts to make that connection, much like this one we did down here, of starting to get France to have a pedestrian bicycle element to it. So it's not just automobile dominated with it. This just gives you an idea of the massing in a 3D form, how it compares to other buildings along France Avenue in terms of scale and the other components that are built. So these, and I'll go through them quickly, these are sort of the reasons we think this project sort of fits with the comp plan and the idea, and I'll go through this very quickly. It meets the intended PUD because it includes affordable housing. 32 units, it's a good location for it, and Lori's going to discuss affordable housing after I'm done briefly to give you a background on that. And it's one of the few sites that allows it to happen because the site is big enough to get enough units, because the market units subsidize the affordable units. And so hence, this site works for that. And the other reason it works is that the services are here, so that the affordable units are where the services are, which is bus, library, grocery, transportation, medical, and so forth. So they're integrated within it. It consists of the comp plan, pedestrian bike friendly, as I mentioned, the podium height, the high efficiency in terms of the green roofs, the earth sheltering for stormwater management, those components. The PUD actually controls over here because the PUD will be written specifically around development. It fits the needs of connected neighborhood. The existing roadway support, and Ed can go through the traffic study more in detail if you wish. It meets the goal of comprehensive plan that consists in helping the street wall, and this is pulled strategy comprehensive plan, enhance the pedestrian environment. Provides connectivity to pedestrian and bicyclists, as I mentioned. Infill, which optimizes the existing infrastructure of the city, so you're not having to create new. We have that already. And it's housing, versus office, so its use isn't as demanding. Creates a bridge from commercial core to the neighborhood. Supports the mixed use to minimize traffic. It has sustainable components, as I mentioned. And it's creating an approximate, the building steps from the housing, and probably the last thing it does, as I mentioned, provides affordable housing, again, which is sort of a key piece and one of the few sites, like I say, that allows this to happen. Now, Lori's going to go up and just give a brief description of what affordable housing means and what it looks like. So, Lori, thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Good evening. My name is Lori Boyclair. I'm president of Boyclair Corporation. I'm a co-developer with Adam Serafine from NHH Properties. I'm going to just take a brief moment and give you a little history on what affordable housing means to Bois-Claire Corporation. We've been in business 40 years, and our core business has been affordable housing. Bringing affordable housing to this project is very important and a primary concern of why we are here today. Not only does it help you embark on your commitment to the Met Council and to your city regarding affordable housing, it does embark on that by providing 20% or 32 units. But we go back 40 years and we look at what has happened with affordable housing. Our first project is notably on the congressional record for a Section 8 project-based subsidized housing, the first of its kind in the nation, in Robbinsdale. From that, we went into affordable housing, went into different phases where they were inner city, not economically integrated, not close to transit, not close to work, blighted areas. It has transpired or grown into economic integration. Minnesota Housing Finance Agency and the nation was just quoted as saying that they are finding affordable housing to prosper in retail locations, high traffic locations, urban, and economically integrated with luxury and market rate housing, which is exactly what this project is. With affordable housing comes compromise. And with that, because as Dean had mentioned, and as you know, the market rate apartments have to subsidize the affordable apartments. So we need either out of the market comparable rents, which isn't a successful project, or we need to have the density that will support the project to be able to have affordable housing. Now, the rents and the affordable housing component here that we've submitted to HUD is an average of 83 cents a square foot. So your one bedroom runs about $778, two is $993, and your three is, I think, $1,078. For a market rate, your one bedroom is going to run you $1,775. So you're talking 83 cents a foot to probably about $2 a foot in a comparison. So the density, and I know that that is one of the topics here tonight, but it is required and it is a compromise if you want to embark on affordable housing. Whether it's this site or any other site, you're always going to come back to density. What else can I tell you about affordable housing? We've been in the business for 40 years. That's what we do. That's what we manage. We also did the first luxury condominium in the city, so we go all the way from your low income to your luxury. And we do very well in economic integration and affordable housing. It prospers and it flourishes in economic integration. We think that this project meets the purpose and the intent of the PUD because we do provide affordable housing, and that is one of our primary goals for doing this project. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Bois-Claire. Mr. DeVolis, questions for the applicants? Commissioner Forrest.
I have a question about the loading dock for the commercial. Access to that is then through the residential courtyard. Okay.
But it's enclosed. So.
Okay, but I'm just wondering about how the trucks will back into there comfortably.
Dean, I'm going to need you to use the microphone just so we make sure.
If you can pull back put the plan back up. Thank you. Let me roll to this right. Hang on a second. Yeah, I'll use this one. So essentially, they see this area right here. So if they come in, they can make their maneuver back and then out. So we provided right in here, the maneuvering space allowed it to occur.
And you don't see that as interfering with the residential traffic?
Not to the degree, because the commercial isn't that much, and so the amount of deliveries is not going to be extremely excessive, and obviously that'll be regulated to manage that. So no, it's not like it's a major trouble in the fact that the dock isn't closed. So once the truck's in place, any loading, unloading is going to be out of sight.
Is that I'm sorry.
Yeah, because this is enclosed loading area. It's not open.
Is that a solid drop-off canopy? I couldn't tell from the pictures.
Pardon me, is that what?
Is the drop-off canopy a solid
This
protective
here?
canopy?
Here?
Yeah.
Correct, yes.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was just decorative.
Yeah,
Well,
this part is decorative, part of it's glass, so it's solid. So part of it is, let me get to the, I'm going the wrong way, my apologies, hang on here. You see this V, that part of it, there's a solid canopy right below that. So yes, it's weather protected.
It covers the drive aisle. I like that.
Correct.
Do you know where the nearest bus stop is located? I'm just curious.
Yeah, right on France, across from Byerly's, there's bus stops up in this area. So
it's over.
Yeah.
Okay. That's it for now.
Commissioner Platter.
A couple of questions. First of all, on the building height, in the staff report it says 77 feet along the France Avenue side at the tallest piece. I thought on your plan it said 63.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand which is right.
Yeah, the five-story main building right here, to this corner down is 64 feet.
So that's
Correct.
the tallest you have on the site.
And then this part that's set back, let me get to the perspective, maybe easier to read. So then the part that's set back off of France, oops, I keep doing this the wrong way. There we go, right there. This part set back where these little bit of loft units are, that's where the maximum height is, but that's set back even further. So we have the podium, then this corner 64 feet, and then the part you can't quite see back here, that's the tallest part, and that's only one small piece of the building, and that's a 77 component there. So the majority is 64 except for these 5 units right here that are set back.
Can you point that out from a plan view?
Yeah, yes, hang on. Let me get to, so if you look at it, it's just this area. Let me get to the perspective because that shows it better. Hang on. Right here. See this piece right here, this bar? Right there.
Uh-huh.
That's the one point. Everything else is at the experiment. We did that for 2 reasons. Provide a little variety to the building profile, so it just wasn't one long roof profile. And it just gave a little bit of another unit type interest within it, so it wasn't like all standard apartments, but a variety of townhouse, loft, and apartments. So that's the only part that has that height, but the rest of it is represented by 64 feet.
What does the retail component have? What's the podium height of that level?
About this total is to the top of the deck is 20 feet. So from this to the very top is 20 feet less the structure, so the inside the retail is probably about 17 feet clear, which is standard for retail uses.
Okay.
We did, yeah, because we used to have it taller.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand where all these pieces are now.
Yeah, so we shrunk all that. Because it used to be 24, because we had a mezzanine within it for the retail, and we took all that out and brought everything down.
Yeah, can you go to the plan view then too? I just want to understand how the parking works here. Any of these?
Okay.
You know, is where you have the residential parking coming in?
Yes.
You know, is there a way so that doesn't travel down 72nd as far, and at least the exit? In other words, can those be a split? What I'm concerned about, and I'm sure a lot of people here are, is just how much traffic that's putting on 72nd for the distance, even though I see what you're doing here with the island, but is there a way, where it says upper floor set, is there a way to do an in or out there or something so it's really minimal on 72nd if you're going that far?
This is the only in, and that's as far as you can go getting the project. The out is forced here and out again. So no traffic. In other words, you cannot make a left here and go back to the neighborhood. So essentially at this point, that's as far as traffic goes. And in this area, there's no single family because across the street is the Sunrise Senior Living. The nearest intersection occurs back here.
Right. I guess what I'm asking, though, is can the out come out in a different location, say even onto France?
It could, but it's just sort of the logic that this worked with the drop-offs was tied together because really the impact is just this zone right in here. And that was sort of a relatively simple connection from here to here in terms of out traffic. And that didn't seem like a major issue because it allowed people to get out and go this way as opposed to try to drive at all to France in this area. And I wanted to sort of separate the traffic intentions of the commercials on France, which has a different cycle, and the residential's back here, so I didn't have queues or jam-ups all in the same area. So by splitting the traffic, I sort of split the demand in terms of how it enters the building. So I got residential here and commercial here.
Yeah, I'm just concerned how much residential still comes back in that area, even though it may not go beyond that. The other thing that we talked about the last time, which I still think you have there, is the slip ramp off of France.
Yes.
And my concern on that previously was when people are coming off of that and you're doing valet and you're doing pedestrians, I think you have a pretty inherent safety issue in that spot. So I don't agree with how that's set up there. I know what you're trying to do, but with France and the traffic and all that, you're bringing too much together with decel lane coming in, and I think that's set up for not a good condition along there. And then
and I know what you're saying. And this is a big part of it. Do you set it here where they deaccelerate directly in the main through lane on France and come in, or can I pull it off here and slow it down off of France?
You're
and
decelerating into the valet area right now.
Well, it slows traffic and allows some stacking so that all that activity is incurred directly on France. And so that was the idea. And the sidewalk would work parallel to this. So the sidewalk runs along the building. So, in our eyes, we thought it was a better solution than to put a direct right turn lane off of France and have the deceleration occur in a through lane. So, that was the approach we took, because I think it took some of the pressure off France in terms of having traffic slow in that furthest right lane and allowed sort of assembly in front of the building as opposed in the main through lane on France.
Okay, I guess we agree to disagree on that one.
No,
and then in the rear of the site, where that area you had, are you proposing like a no build or anything in that whole area?
Yeah. That
would be a no build area.
Exactly,
where all those
because
pieces are.
That
would be platted out to be that.
This is an asset to the site, and it's rare. You look at the site next door. There's no buffer, but because this is a lowland that was too wet to develop, the trees grew and are mature, 50-year trees in here and beyond. And this we absolutely want to protect because we've been given the gift of a buffer that is very dense, and it's rare, and we want to make sure this is protected. So you're absolutely right about making this a no-build zone. This is crucial to allowing a good separation that's natural and in place already. And so, yes, we want to preserve that.
And then I guess one last question for now. Maybe mentioned, but are you treating all the stormwater on site, or what are you doing with that?
That's our intent. Correct.
Okay, so either be storage tanks, infiltration, whatever
so
you're doing.
using the earth roof to pick up, slow the rate, and then the storage tanks and so forth. Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Schroeder.
I guess what I'd like is for you to get into the basis for the comp plan amendment and kind of step away from the details of the site plan. And what I'm looking for, and maybe the sole answer is affordable housing, but what I'm looking for is a substantive argument supporting a comprehensive plan amendment that would increase the building height, the density, and the floor area ratio to the extent that you're showing.
Okay. And those points at the end, that I sort of went through quickly, sort of the beginning of that foundation. So part of it is, and let me go through so I can give you sort of scans. Part of it, reason why comp plan amendment is these buildings all here, surrounded by parking lot, are built following the comp plan. And that was the one reason. So part of the amendment was we want to create a building that addresses the edges of the site to create a connection to the neighborhood and the commercial and create that transition.
But before you get into that, why do you need density and height to be able to create a connection to the neighborhood?
So let me go the density question. To get the affordable housing ratios.
I said I accepted affordable housing. I want to go beyond that. I want a substantive reason beyond affordable housing for increasing height, density, and floor area ratio.
Okay, so Part of it is to create enough. Okay, so if I answer this one, to create enough continuity along the street. That's number one, which may be a floor area ratio.
But you don't need that. You could pull a building up to the street. You've done it before on France Avenue. You've created, at 70th and France, you designed a building that was brought up to the street. We gave you, I don't remember who your developer was, but we gave you relief to pull that building up to the street to create a better relationship to the street.
Correct. And that's the same thing in this situation, too.
You didn't need height or density or floor area ratio there in that one to achieve that.
Well, actually, we did push it to 8,000 square feet, and we got a parking variance and variance to achieve that. So there was a bunch of factors
But
mixed
that
in
was
there.
a variance and not a comp plan amendment.
On this. So the basic bottom line on why we need this in terms of scale is to make, back to the thing, it drives the affordable housing. That's the real bottom line on the formula.
Other questions? Commissioner Carr.
The transition with the townhomes is good with the neighborhood. The only question I had, though, is on the where the apartments meet the townhomes. Those are 5 stories, and then it drops down to 3 stories. That seems like a rather abrupt transition, not very soft. I don't know if you've considered going from the 3-story townhomes to 4-story apartments, then graduating up to the 5 stories. Just a thought. I don't know what the sight line would be from homes that are in the neighborhood looking in that direction.
Right there.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep. It's this little section here, and there may be a piece we could talk about.
So see, that's, exactly.
Between the entry and right there, and
it
that
just
may be
seems
a
abrupt.
possibility.
Yeah.
Understood.
All right. Ms. Boyce Claire.
I'm going to comment just to Mr. Schroeder's question. That is the challenge of affordable housing. It is the density, as I had mentioned. It's what is the city's main goal? Sticking or adhering, to the comp plan verbatim, or not, and also affordable housing. Affordable housing comes with a lot of compromise, and that compromise is economic based. And that's who we're trying to address, is those that don't have that economic base. So that's the need, is the density. And it is for the affordable housing component. And we run into that in almost every project we do. If it's not density, it's some other zoning or city requirement. But we strive to hopefully give you the best product and to compromise to where we can still provide a 20% affordable housing. And we honestly did feel with bringing it down a story, pulling it back, addressing the concerns of the sketch plan, that we were hopefully in the ballpark. But it is, for the PUD, is primarily for the affordable housing component.
This is Sheldon Burke, who has sort of a point to your comment too. So Sheldon?
Yes, I guess to respond to your question about the comp plan amendment, in addition to the affordable housing, which is important, but what we're also trying to do with the site is, in contrast to a lot of the other development that's existing and in some cases proposed for France Avenue, is greening the property as well as making the development 5 times more pedestrian and bike friendly than some of the other ones where we're making those connections. And the parking is not the main item that you see on the site. It's something that's tucked away, and it's not in your face, and it makes it that much more of an enjoyable element along the streetscape, and as well as gives a nicer transition from the commercial corridor to the residential neighborhoods.
We have 100% enclosed parking, as opposed to look at this graphic where everything else is surface parking based or some hybrid of that.
Mr. Chair, I think the issue I have with the comp plan amendment, and I don't disagree, you're creating internal parking, which is good, and you're doing things with stormwater and affordable housing. But the comp plan amendment that you're asking for as you asked for, it applies to what you're doing on this particular site, but it also then would apply to every other similarly guided parcel in Edina. And we haven't had a chance to look at that, so I'm asking you to convince me, can find an argument that's beyond just affordable housing that would make this reasonable for every single OR parcel we have in Edina.
Okay, so let me go to these points, and you can read these too. In part of all of these elements that are incorporated in the project, is not this addressing some of the comp plan heights, that if you had ability to change the comp plan beyond affordable housing, these elements in here, wouldn't that be basis of some of the reasons to allow that to occur?
But we haven't had a chance to look at this across all of the similarly guided parcels in Edina. And that's maybe it's our fault for not having gotten there yet, but what we haven't seen is what the implications are for this comprehensive plan amendment to look across all the parcels we have that are like this in our community.
So if all the parcels had these kind of elements, would that not be a positive in terms of creating a pedestrian connection environment where France goes from an automobile?
We haven't studied it yet.
I know, but I'm just saying, just make an assumption those elements are there. Laurie?
I have a question for Carrie. Carrie, in your presentation, if I recall, you had, if we were to change, this is what we could possibly include. So if you did a comp plan change amendment, you could include, and I think it was per Carrie's written change, that it would have to include affordable housing. I'm not just always falling back on the affordable housing sword, but there was language that you can include that would be specific and it would be beneficial to the city, which would also help meet your affordable housing goals. But there is language that Carrie did bring up that they could put into and include for any comp plan change.
So I think this is right on target. I think this is what we're going to have to talk about. I think what I'd like to do is take a break in this discussion, see if there's any more factual questions from the commission, and then go to the public hearing. We've had people here for 3.5 hours waiting to say something. And then we can come back, because I do think this is going to be the nut of our, this is going to be the crux of the discussion here, and I want to hear what folks who are here to testify have to say on the topic, and then what you have to say as well. Are there, got a quick factual inquiry? Commissioner Forrest.
Mine usually aren't too editorial, but I would like to know, because these plans don't reflect it, it says here that Hennepin County has indicated they won't allow access on France Avenue as proposed. So to get the county approval, how would you rework the development? Or how are you going to deal with that problem?
Well, part of it, you can see what Barley's did with their right in, right out. They negotiate the same issue. We have to just sit down and negotiate the same issue with them, because what we're doing is consolidating into one entry point on the lot, and it's just a matter of sitting down with Hennepin County saying, here's what we need to do. So it's like any process going through it. The automatic reaction is no entry, but they've already established precedent of allowing entry here, and so we just need to just talk through how that's going to work with it. So that's how we deal with it. We haven't engaged them. We will be now that the traffic study is done, because that needed to come first. So now we can negotiate with Hennepin County with facts, and now we have the facts of traffic study that the impact of this project is not adversely affecting any of the roadways. Now we have our basis to work with them on.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeVolis.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to open the public hearing. I'm going to ask folks to come forward, and if you have something that you need to show us, you can use the center podium with the handheld mic. Otherwise, I'd encourage you to go to one of the side podiums and introduce yourself, name and address. Just 1 second, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning
Mr. Turner,
Commission.
just 1 second. Let me finish introducing this first. We're committed to hearing from as many people as want to testify this evening. But if you are saying the same thing that someone else said, it doesn't get more persuasive by being said a second time. We get it. We're pretty quick on the uptake up here. So if you want to come up, we want to hear from you. But if it's already been said 3 or 4 times, we'll pick up on it. So, with that, Mr. Turner.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Harvey Turner. Before my retirement, I was Director of Planning and Campus and Community Development for the University of Minnesota. I have served prior to that in public redevelopment agencies and the private sector, which I was a Vice President of a development company. I would say as a starting point, number one, that there is nothing wrong with regard to your existing comp plan with regard to this particular parcel, and I'm speaking about 7200 France Avenue. With regard to the presentation that was made today, I think it did an excellent job of illustrating all the things that are wrong with this project. Number one, high density, too high a density, moving from 0.5 to 1.49 or even higher. Height issues, traffic issues. Traffic issues are going to continue to be compounded on France Avenue. The fact that you have surface parking along France Avenue now will at some point in the future, as development pressure increases, all go to ramp parking with the new kind of development. So Mr. Schroeder was exactly right in terms of his assessment. My biggest fear, as I indicated in my 2-page letter to you, is that in fact as citizens of Edina, none of which in the neighborhood have I ever heard once anybody opposed to affordable housing. Biggest issue is, in fact, we're proceeding ahead with decisions and we don't know the ramifications of those decisions. I heard this in the sketch plan review before the city council, and one of the members of the city council made the comment that you're asking for 6 stories, and I know how this works. We're going to tell you to go home and work on it. You're going to come back and you're going to extort us with a 5-story solution. She was exactly right. She has a lot of experience both on the Planning Commission and the City Council. That's what's frustrating to the residents. The residents who live in this neighborhood, who, yes, look after their neighborhood, want to, in fact, continue to invest in their neighborhood, who are here for the same reasons that you're in Edina, whether they have school-age children or they now have school-age grandchildren in Edina. And what we want is we want it to be the best for the city, certainly the best for our neighborhood. The thing that is just frustrating to me is that to think you can't have affordable housing and you can't have high density in Edina, that's just not realistic. This may not be the appropriate site for that, but you can serve both objectives. You don't have to choose between two. You have a whole district that's developing in a piecemeal fashion. Southdale between 494 and 62, York and France. You've got other districts over at Vernon and 100. You've got a district between 70th and 77th west of 100. You're going to feel for some time going forward an extreme amount of pressure because we're one heck of a city. We're in a platinum location. We have an excellent school district. We have a highly educated and informed population, all of whom are neighborhood residents who want to, yes, protect their neighborhood, but want the best outcomes for the city of Edina. And the other thing I would say, and this is subjective on my part, but the architecture of this project is so faddish that you could look in Burnsville, you can look in Richfield, you can look in Lakeville, you can look in any place else around, and it doesn't beget the classic architecture, for example, that's at Port-au-France or the Galleria or other things. And to me, that diminishes the character and the quality of our city. So again, if there are any questions, that'll be fine. The traffic issues, the density issues, the height issues, they're all there with regard to this particular parcel, and you're going to have issues going forward if you amend this plan on the whole west side of France Avenue. And please don't do this without the information needed to make those decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Do I get lights?
Yes, go ahead. Oh, yeah, they'll show up here in a minute. Here.
My name is Dan Petrosky.
I'm sorry, your name?
My name is Dan Petrosky.
Welcome,
I live
Mr.
at the
Petrosky.
intersection of Oaklawn and 72nd. My wife and I have lived there since 1985. Since that time, we have seen a dramatic increase in traffic along 72nd. And it has increased recently more dramatically, and that is because of 2 major factors. Increased retail traffic on France and the resurfacing of 70th and the reduction of the speed limit to 25 miles an hour. More and more drivers, anybody here ever drive along 70th at rush hour in the evening? You know what it's like. It's bumper to bumper. More and more drivers are now aware that they can come across 70, the people that are eastbound on 70th, south on France, north on France, or west on 70th can bypass 3 traffic signals by coming across 72nd. And that traffic, it just continues to grow. I do not feel there's any way they can inhibit the residents of this facility from using that residential traffic using the residential side of 72nd. Another factor has increased. My wife and I moved into our home in '85. We were one of the youngest couples on our block. We are now one of the oldest, which means the homes are now occupied by younger families. There's a lot more traffic along 72nd, along Oak Lawn, along Cornelia, of kids that are walking, bike traffic, people pushing baby carriages, and there's been an extension of the facility in Cornelia School. All of those are going to be put under more danger by increased traffic on 72nd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petrosky.
My name is Kathy Campbell, and I live adjacent to the property that's being discussed. One of the things I would like to mention, many things have already been said, but a lot of us who own property along there were under the impression that one of the utility companies owned a strip of that property, the one that's discussed as being a border and a transition area. There's a lot of equipment there that's owned by, I believe, the electric company. I have lived there since 1978. The other thing I would like to say, again, is let's not give up the comprehensive plan. And I would just also put this question to all of you on the committee. It's a question, and it says, why did Wauclair Corporation buy this property for this purpose before the approval of Edina's 2 determining bodies? And I mean, it's really a question. Why did they? What motivation was there for them, or what encouragement could have been there?
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Hi, my name is Tom O'Connell, 7333 Oak Lawn Avenue. I live in the neighborhood. Point I'd like to make is simple. Follow the existing comp plan. I've written to the commission a couple of times, and I thank you for your answers back. The answers I've gotten back is we have a comp plan. It defines how we develop our cities, and that's what we follow. We make exemptions when they're appropriate. In this case, this property has a significant deviation in height and density and floor plans. Listening tonight, I saw Carrie's presentation. You have shadowing over the neighborhoods. I saw the one house is completely shadowed during a portion of the day. You know, it's going to be violating their rights and their property use. I haven't heard anything about what kind of lights you get. The type of property right now is office space. Office space is used during the day, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. When you go to residential, retail, it's going to be weekends, weekdays, nights, evening activity. Lights in a 4 or 5 story building, lighting up the neighborhood. So much different use than the existing use, much different use than the existing comp plan. Biggest thing I see is we're developing a new comp plan. I went to one of the city meetings on that. We need to figure out that whole strip down France Avenue from 72nd and 77th Street on the west side. It's all residential neighborhoods, single family homes, so very low density housing. You put in probably, I'm guessing, the highest density property right next to and contiguous with single family homes. That's a complete contrast between the two properties, adjacent to each other. So think about, how are we going to develop that whole part of town? What is the new comp plan going to look like? Can we get that new comp plan figured out first and then figure out what kind of properties fit in that comp plan versus accepting developers coming in, pushing their ideas into the town, and then developing our comp plan to fit their developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connell.
Hi, my name is Joel Zizlowski. I'm at 7124 Heatherton Trail, just a couple of blocks west off of 72nd Street. And commissioners, fellow residents, I'm one of those people who pushes baby carriages down the street, and I don't go towards France very frequently, and I would go towards France less frequently if this kind of development was initiated. I have 2 dogs. I have a 4-year-old son and a 1-year-old, and in terms of greening of the space, one of my primary concerns, which hasn't been addressed yet, is the commercial purpose. I've seen in the diagrams there's a couple potential restaurants proposed. Where do those people park? there's some short-term parking that I see in the diagrams, but what if the short-term parking is too short-term for the people who want to be in that commercial space or in those restaurants? Where does the overflow go? It goes into the neighborhood. What I'm looking for is, when it comes to, I've heard some claims about pedestrian friendly. Based on what I've observed just strictly from today and hearing my wife, who was at the sketch meeting, I don't see how this improves the pedestrian friendly nature of it. I love the aspect of the site itself, the valet bike parking. That's wonderful. I mean, there's some sustainability aspects that I really enjoy and appreciate. But purely from a residential perspective and from a community member perspective, I'm just not seeing how any of the facets that at least have been addressed here today help this become more pedestrian friendly or help limit the number of people that are in the area that are purely coming for commercial intent, that don't necessarily care about what their actions are. They're just simply there to enjoy, to park, and then to go home. Whereas we have to be there at all times, 24 hours a day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zaslowski.
Good evening. My name is Jean Toya, and I live on Bristol Circle, which would be the street right behind the proposed project. A couple of things that I wanted to mention is just for the next time is that some of the slides were so long, so big, that it was impossible to read what was going on. For instance, the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan, it went through items A through H, which is way too much information for a slide, and it just prevented us from really taking it all in. And also, you couldn't follow the cursor most of the time, so you didn't know exactly where he was pointing to. I live in the neighborhood, I know the neighborhood, and yet I was confused about, where we were exactly. I don't see how you can make a boulevard out of 72nd. I don't think it's wide enough. I think, for instance, it is extremely difficult to turn left from France onto 72nd as you're going north. There is, I think it's poorly designed, but I'm not a designer, so maybe that's all you could do with it. But the left turn lane, to me, looks like an accident about to happen. But when you have a lot of traffic on France, it is difficult to make a left turn crossing all those lanes of traffic, so you can get into 72nd. And then if you had a boulevard, I'm not sure that would work too well. Let's see. Another thing was that, as far as that property at 70th and France is concerned, that bothers me. To me, that is not a pedestrian-friendly business. Well, there's two businesses there, I believe. There's the Vitamin Place and the TD Ameritrade Place. I know that TD Ameritrade doesn't have too much walk-in traffic for sure, but I would be kind of interested in finding out how much business the Vitamin Place really has. I mean, there is so much traffic with the gas station, the small building, then you have the bank across the street, and then you have all of that Galleria, plus you have a lot of traffic congestion there. And then the last item I thought about was, does Edina really want a big, ugly public parking sign facing onto Edina? Onto France Avenue? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toya.
Hello, I'm John DeLacey. I'm a resident at 7216 Cornelia Drive, about 5 blocks from the property. We've lived there for 28 years, raised our 4 kids, moved for the Cornelia Elementary School, so we're very familiar with that. I also officed in the 7200 building for about 3 years. My company moved out of it in the last year, so very familiar with the facility. Have some concerns, don't want to repeat them around the traffic issues, but probably one point of interest might be picking up on one of the themes of the entry from France to 72nd, which would be that funny little entrance there would create kind of an inherent U-turn. I think if you look at the traffic flow
I'm sorry, you're talking about the northbound France left turn into 72nd?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, which would end up being a U-turn onto France to enter the retail aspects of the building. I think there's two other natural U-turns that we're creating in this thing too. If you look at the flow pattern of right, the only way to get out of here really creates another U-turn opportunity that is already there when people are on France Avenue being forced right, having to take either a U-turn there illegally in the next entrance or go through Macy's by Byerly's and come back there. So you're creating another loop here as you're trying to force traffic patterns. And then the third U-turn we're creating is on 72nd. When you force people to go right, you've got a nice little area at the end of 72nd to take a U-turn and go back into the neighborhood there. All of those may not be legal. All of those things will probably be logically manifested as we're trying to drive traffic in certain patterns. And I think this is all coming about by what I think is a really cool building and property, but would be better set in a different location, different access to France. We're in kind of one of the most difficult contorted areas to try to deal with the traffic flows that are going to happen there. And I'm particularly concerned about traffic patterns back into the neighborhood where that neighborhood flow will happen on the inboard side for all of this property, and it can have some of the returning traffic as well. So those are my predominant concerns about this property. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLacy.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, my name is Jack Rice. I live at 4001 West 49th Street. I'm going to change the pace here a little bit. I've never heard of valet bike parking before. This is a new one for me. So you've learned something. I'm one of the 5 directors of the Edina Housing Foundation, and we are part of our charge is to encourage affordable housing. We've done several hundred units of that in the, which has come as a surprise to some people in the community since in the last 30 years. We're 30 years older. Founded in 1984. I'm here tonight not to talk about any of the merits of the property one way or another, the setbacks, the traffic, that kind of thing. I'm here to talk about affordable housing as we see it and what our experience has been. Now, Kerry Teague sits in our meetings. There's 5 directors. We meet once a month generally. And we say, Kerry, what's going on? He said, it's a great deal. We got a new application from somebody who's going to come and build apartments or condos or whatever it is. And I said, well, have you talked about affordable housing? Oh, yes, they're talking about 5%, 10% affordable housing. And we said that's what we want to get. Very rarely, at the end of the day, almost never, by the time that gets all through the process, the sketch plans, the planning commissions, the councils, at the end of the day, there's very rarely any affordable housing left in these projects. I just want to tell you about how this developer came to our attention. This developer walked in and said, from day one, I want to provide 20% of these units for affordable housing. Not 10%, not 7%, not maybe 5%. We'll think about it. We'll talk 20%. This developer is known locally and nationally as one of the best affordable housing developers in the nation. They've had some ups and downs, but everybody in the agencies around town, state, federal, county, they all like her. Lori's terrific, and she does what she says what she's going to do. And she's willing to commit for 30 years. Generally, in affordable housing, it's 15-year commitment. She's willing to guarantee 30 years of affordable housing in this project if it's approved, in whatever form may initially or eventually be approved, if it's approved. And thirdly, from our standpoint, she manages. She's a good manager. And we don't have, in the foundation, we don't have people to go out and verify the income levels of these people that are renting affordable housing because, of course, their income is less and it has to be verified year-by-year basis. Somebody's got to do that. There's a management involved here, and they do a great job on that. So from our standpoint, and again, not commenting on anything else that you're talking about here tonight relative to ramps and in and out and parking ratios and all that kind of stuff, we think this would be a very good developer eventually to work with somehow down the line on this for good affordable housing in Edina. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice.
Good evening. My name is Julie Chamberlain, and I live at 7004 Bristol Boulevard. Change can be a good thing. You know, I don't think anyone in this audience is against change. What we're asking for is change that fits and change that makes sense. And that's one of the reasons we have a comprehensive plan, is it creates a vision for the city. It casts a vision of what we want, moderated growth, things that make sense within the community and foster that community of Edina, which I've grown up and spent my life in. It's frustrating that we're even having to have this conversation again. I'll be honest. I'm frustrated that the first time through that the developers failed to recognize the comprehensive plan and come up with something that fit within code. There's a reason that the years and the hours and the passion of the residents of Edina went into creating a comprehensive plan. And that's because we wanted to have a good, clear vision, not an ad hoc vision of what we wanted our city to become. That's why we made that plan. So to have a plan that blatantly ignores and violates several points of the comprehensive plan is frustrating, as a resident, as a neighbor of that community. The fact that buzzwords are being used, I'm all for sustainability. I'm all for pedestrian friendly. I run along France Avenue. I'm all for affordable housing. But if you are really looking at making an exception to the comprehensive plan for the sake of 32 affordable housing units, I can list 32 neighbors. Zahorski's, Johnson's, Erickson's. I can list 32 neighbors if you want 32 names. There's more than 32 people that are going to be affected if you allow an exception for this plan be passed. So don't, for the sake of 32 units, allow something to pass that is going to hugely change the culture of the community and the neighborhood. In conclusion, I would ask you to remember what Mr. McGarvey said of the Sullivan's proposal for 4601 Oak Drive earlier this evening. He said, it's not like there's some developer knocking something down and putting something up that doesn't fit. I'm asking for that same respect and consideration that you showed the previous applicants, that you would consider that for the fit and the integrity of the neighborhood, and ask these developers to come up with something that fits within the code, fits within the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chamberlain.
Gene Persha again. My comments that I made previously, I think, apply to this development. But since I sat through the comp plan discussions more than almost most of the members of the comp plan committee itself, and attended just about all the meetings, and I was witness to the disputes and the agreements and the compromises that had to be made, it's a plan that has to be taken seriously, or it negates the whole process and the faith of us in such a plan. Those of you who know any constitution, whether it be for a simple body or a governmental unit, is designed not to be changed very easily. And I'm getting very concerned about the so-called new code, PUD, Plan Unit Development. Every major building in the Southdale area in the last few years has used PUD. I say PUD is a way to get around the building code. It has negated the building code of Edina. The comprehensive plan, if it's changed in a very cursory, casual, cavalier manner, makes it a dead document. It ruins the faith in us as members of this community to see some stability of rules and a thorough airing of discussion with us citizens. So I think the affordable housing thing now is a bait and switch. There are many places for affordable housing. Most of us support it. It can be done in other areas, but if you want to throw that in to get changes made in the comprehensive plan or the building code, to me, is almost downright immoral.
Thank you, Mr. Pershin.
My name is Paul Hughes. I live at 7208 Bristol Circle. I live in that cul-de-sac that is just behind the proposed project that you're thinking of. And your predecessors have helped us to get to this state of condition on France Avenue with all of the decisions that have been made. Some of them good, some of them I'm not so sure. I just want to make one quick comment and then I'm going to leave. If you measure the amount of distance between France Avenue on 72nd to where their project, I think, has an exit that people would be, quote, turning right in order to turn southbound, I don't believe you can get 5 vehicles there. I have simple math in my mind. If there's 160 units, I'm going to just guess there's going to be 100 vehicles. You take 5 cars and stack them up, those poor people that live at that place are going to take 2 hours to get out of there in the morning, and coming back northbound on France Avenue when they want to turn left on 72nd are going to have a traffic jam that's going to go past 494. I'm all supportive of things that make us move forward with positive changes, but not at the expense of overruling common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Hi, my name is Stan Zahorsky. I live at the intersection of 72nd and Bristol Boulevard. First off, I'd like to thank you all for the commitment you've made to the planning, both as commission members and as staff members. I'm familiar with your process because I used to be in the planning commission of Kansas City. And I know the headaches you have to go through, both the good, the bad, and I know you're trying to do your best. But when I was in the planning department in Kansas City, there were buzzwords. At that time, it was open spaces and mixed development. Today, what I'm hearing, the same buzzwords, but they're different words. Now, they're called roundabouts and affordable housing. They're buzzwords, and that's what you're hearing. So I just ask you to be aware of that. You're trying to do the best you can, but don't get caught up in these new fads, because that's what a lot of it is, fads. I live at 72nd and Bristol Boulevard. My house, I want to be talking to the people out there on their balconies. I'm that close. You saw the shadows. The shadow is going to be covering my house. I received an email the other day from a public hearing that was held at Wooddale Church of Edina. It was with the assistant city manager, and what they were saying they were going to have at this meeting was, we're going to talk about whether we want Edina to be single-family homes, and they didn't use the word, or another Minneapolis. They said, we want to be single-family homes, multifamily, with all these things. What do we want Edina to be? This is a great example. I heard that Lori's a very good person. I consider myself a good person. I know my neighbors are. Are you going to vote for who's the best person? No. You should vote for what the comprehensive plan. Do you guys want to be irrelevant? Because you set up this comprehensive plan, am I right? Do you really now going to just say, we really weren't important. We're just going to do whatever the first developer wants. We're going to come in and change our comprehensive plans. I agree. Slow down on the comprehensive plan. Rethink it. You've almost got a schizophrenic concept here at Edina, it seems to me. You look at Wooddale Avenue, when they had the bicycle paths. You drive up there and you didn't know if you could get hit on by another car because somebody had the great idea of putting a bicycle path on Wooddale Avenue. Well, maybe it is a good concept. I'm not belittling the concepts at all, but you got to use reason. So now they made the change. So now what we're doing in Edina, we're saying, let's have all these bicycle paths pedestrian friendly. We are, from my viewpoint, screwing up France Avenue, making it where it's not as car friendly, because we want to. And so now you're wanting to put more houses, more businesses in that area, and we have less traffic. We're going to have more congestion, and yet people are going to be afraid to walk. They're afraid to use their bikes. And you got two concepts here. There's a balance, and I know you guys are going to try to use your balance and balance this out. But be aware, we are single-family homes. I don't want to have to talk to somebody from my backyard, and I don't think many of the people do here. And I don't want to be afraid. I walk around Centennial Lakes, so I walk from my house down there. I don't want to have to worry about getting run over every time I go down there because of all the increased traffic. Please be aware that we are a city of single-family homes, single families. And we don't need more and more congestion in the Southdale area. The point that was made earlier about the traffic increase on France, you're going to be shooting yourself in the foot if people are afraid to go into that Southdale area. We don't shop there as much as we did because it's just too much of a hassle. We go out of the area to shop. How many other people are like us?
Thank you, Mr. Zaharsky.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, my name is Mark Chamberlain. I live at 7004 Bristol Boulevard, 26-year resident of Edina. I too want to just echo a couple things that have been said, and that is that the density is way too massive for the site to go from 30 units per acre, which we have at Sunrise, to 50, a 67% increase. What's the justification? Only affordable housing. To have the floor area ratio going from 0.5 to 1.5, totally unacceptable to have that type of massive increase. When you talk about affordable housing, I believe there is a development along Cahill, just south of 70th, on the west side of Cahill, that has affordable housing in it, and it's all like one-story townhomes. So affordable housing doesn't have to come in the form of high-rise apartment buildings. I don't have the numbers. I think the Planning Commission does, but it's my understanding that no affordable housing was included in the Wicks Furniture site. I would be surprised if there's any affordable housing in the Southdale apartments or the Byerly's apartment, but I don't know that for a fact. But all of a sudden, we get 20% thrown into this project in order to make the economic numbers work. What that's telling me is that maybe this is the wrong project for this site. If they have to get that type of increase in density in order to make their numbers work, then maybe it's the wrong project for the site. So I ask you to respect the comprehensive plan, respect the constraints that are there right now for floor area ratio, for height, for density, and remember that what is going to go there is going to affect a lot of people in the neighborhood. One other quick thing that's been talked about was the traffic along 72nd and how they're going to have the right out so we won't have people going west on 72nd. That still does not, number one, preclude people coming from the west using 72nd to get into the complex. They're not going to take 70th down to France. You heard how it backs up because of the roundabout. In the afternoon, it's backed up all the way to West Shore. They're not going to go down to France so they can go down 2 blocks on a congested France Avenue to turn right so they can go into the complex. No, they're going to get onto West Shore, go down to 72nd, and come down 72nd to get into the project. But when they leave and they're forced to go out on France, do you think they're going to drive down to 494 to get onto westbound 494 if they want to get out to Minnetonka? Don't kid yourself for a second. They're not going to do that. They're going to figure out real quick they can go down to Gallagher Drive, make a U-turn, come up 1 block and take a left on 72nd. Now they'll be going out of the neighborhood. It's just going to be a little bit of a detour for them. They won't be able to go straight out of the complex, but they'll go down France, do a U-turn, and come back. So traffic is going to be an issue regardless of what they do with channeling or directing people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. Any other comments?
My name is George Griffiths. I live at 4444 Dunham Drive. I'm going to hit this from a little different angle. The last few years, I have had the opportunity to utilize a lot of the parking ramps in the city of Edina. And I've come to one conclusion, that nobody knows how to design and lay out traffic lanes and parking ramps. The one at Fairview Southdale Hospital is probably one of the better ones, because one, there's enough space between the lines that you can open doors without crashing into the car next to you. They are deep enough that you can have your whole car within the lines and not worry about getting your rear end knocked off. And if you have parking lots or parking spaces adjacent, across from each other, there's enough space between them that you can back your car out and get ready to go out without bouncing into the car on the other side. And the reason why is very simple. Parking lanes were initially designed for small cars, rear-wheel drive, short turning radiuses. What do we now have? We have big cars, we have front-wheel drive with long turning radiuses. And you want to see how long a turning radius is? Just go down France Avenue and watch somebody who is on the inside right lane going south, and they make a U-turn to go north. You ever counted how many lanes of traffic it takes for that car to make a U-turn? A minimum of 4, if it's something like an Escalade or a big pickup truck that has front-wheel drive. I took a look at the parking ramp at the new orthopedic center just down from the parking ramp at Fairview Southdale. And I was absolutely scared to go in there and to get out, because there the lanes of traffic are very narrow. I saw 3 cars in a period of 10 minutes hit bumpers on cars behind them because the turning radius or the distance between lanes, they couldn't make it. They had to jockey back and forth. So I would challenge the commission, when they evaluate presentations by developers, if you are looking at parking, that one, they have a good criteria for what they are assuming the car is they're preparing it for, and that it is consistent with what is considered safe parking. I don't think that you'll find that that's the case in most of the ramps that are being built now. So a little different. Don't worry about how much traffic there is. When I see more and more and more of on-site parking being replaced by high-rise buildings, and I wonder, where are those cars going to park? Where are the cars going to park in this situation? How many cars are they designing it for? I haven't heard that number. How many cars are there going to be using the businesses?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none, I'd take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, so the public hearing is closed. We'll bring the discussion back to the commission. A couple of questions came up during the public hearing. One was on retail parking. Maybe Mr. DeVolis, that's you, if you can tell us about the retail parking, where the retail parking is, and how you've kind of figured.
Yeah, could you bring it? Thank you. Okay, so let me get back to the plans here. So we have 2 levels of parking. You can see right here, straight clean rows. So the blue represents all the retail parking, and you can see the number of 227. So we're well parked, and just for the nature of the site. So
and that's,
we have very ample parking.
And then
in
the
this.
number is per code, right,
yes,
Kerry?
actually.
Okay. So
Correct.
that's compliant with what we require. Okay.
And then the residential you can see is below. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Very
we're
good.
well blessed with parking because of the nature of the site.
Let me ask, there were some questions about the kind of traffic in and out of the neighborhood. One of the questions was, I thought was an interesting one, with the new left turn from northbound France onto westbound 72nd. Just the whole notion of how wide is 72nd. Do we know how wide 72nd is, and have you spec'd out how you're going to fit a median?
You're talking
in between?
about this left turn motion here from France?
Right. And really, I guess the question is more about how wide is 72nd, and how are you going to fit a median in there and still have two lanes of traffic
So
interaction?
in this area, the street has sufficient width to put a median, because right now we're proposing in this area no street parking, which doesn't really exist today, and to put the median, I believe, carry the street is 2 lanes plus 2 park lanes. So it's a wide street. So, well, here I'll show you the picture in this area. We have the actual photo of here. Oops, right there. And it's 2 lanes and 2 park lanes. So a medium does fit within this street.
Well, and it's, I get that it's not, at this stage of the application, we may not have detailed that out, but I think it's a good question moving forward, is whether that even fits in there. I've driven down that street, and it feels pretty narrow to me, too. Then there were a number of questions, kind of observations, I think, from the folks in the neighborhood about traffic patterns and whether folks are going to come from the west. I assume, do you have any comment or reaction to the notion of people coming coming east on 70th who are going to, take a right at Cornelia and come down to 72nd instead of wait to go to France and take a
This
right turn in?
cut through exists today. That's already been established. And some people have suggested, could we close 72nd at this point?
Yeah, the problem is people
and
need to get out.
And you never want to break up the grid. I just sort of said, that's not really a good move overall in urban design and neighborhood connectivity. If it isn't this housing, this could be developed as a medical office building within code and have far higher traffic counts than what we have here. So that established, I can't prevent this. This is established already. It's an existing condition. This is an office building. We're trading housing for that. So that case, what it could prevent is trying to keep our traffic going into the neighborhood, but this is established already as a through street. And, if this is going to be dealt with, there may be some changes made internally with the neighborhood, because those counts are going through there. Though the traffic study, I don't know if it's still here, if he bailed out, you can probably address. So why don't you jump through that a little bit in the traffic? That would be most helpful.
And then the other question that's related to that is the queuing between your easternmost driveway and France Avenue, and how many cars can queue up there.
So we make a right turn. I'm sorry. Here we can queue, because remember, I can stack all the way back here. So if we had like the worst case condition that there was queuing, I can handle it all internally within the development. So there's plenty of queuing at the peak moments. Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So your first question
Why don't
was,
you just introduce yourself
sure.
again?
My name is Ed Terhar. I'm a traffic engineer with Wank Associates. We completed the traffic impact study that's included in your packet.
Welcome, Mr. Terra. So I think there's a couple of questions, and it may have been Commissioner Olson who raised it earlier. There's questions about whether the streets can handle it, but one of the questions is, have you looked at where the traffic's going to go, not necessarily how much the streets just adjacent to it are going to bear?
Sure. That's one of the basic points that we start with, is where will the traffic be coming from and going to. So we come up with a set of distribution percentages based on what we see out there already for traffic. So we have a certain percentage that will be coming from the west on 70th Street, either from Highway 100 or farther to the west on 70th Street. You start farther away from the site and you bring them into the site. So we do start with percentages, and I did have from the west on 70th Street, I had 20% of the traffic to and from the west on 70th. Now, how are they going to get to the site? With the way that the access is set up, the entering traffic does have the opportunity to come from the west and enter into the site. Some of them will do that. If they know the area, coming from 70th Street, they'll probably come down Cornelia and come on to 72nd. Some of them, if they're coming new to the site, they probably will stay on 70th, go to France, come down, come into the site. So we did assume that some of the traffic will come down 72nd and enter the site.
Okay. I think that was all the questions I had written down from the public comment. While we have Mr. Terhar here, any commissioners with questions for the traffic? Okay, thank you.
Carrie, just a question. Did the letter from Steve Brown get distributed that he sent in to the commission?
Yes, it did.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DeVos.
Thank you.
So, discussion from the commission. Comments? Commissioner Carr.
Well, I think the citizens have raised a lot of valid concerns, and of course we have the staff report recommending that we not approve this because, again, the building height, density, and floor area ratio are all higher than what is allowed for in the comp plan. However, I think, we have the competing interests of the affordable housing. And I was just wondering if the applicant could address an issue. You've said that in order to support this particular project, which, again, is very dense, you have to have 20% housing, affordable housing. What if you had a smaller project, not as many units, but you had 10% affordable housing? That is also a noteworthy goal, to have 10% affordable housing. Just maybe you could address that issue.
10% is a noteworthy goal. What we are going to also be using in order to make this project feasible is the housing revenue bonds, which require 20% set aside at a minimum. So our minimum set aside would be 20%. We couldn't go 10% if we weren't going to be able to use the housing revenue bonds, which there also lends and helps fill the gap on affordable housing.
Other discussion? Commissioner Hobbs.
Well, I guess I'm new to this project, so this is the first time I'm really hearing about it. But I know that we talked before about the importance of really trying to come up with a vision for what we want to see is going to happen, especially on the west side of France. And this is just illustrative of that. I mean, I think we, at this point, really don't know what a project like this would do and the precedent that it would set and what that really means for what we want to see happen on France. And I think we can all agree that it's so important to our city, to what we do with France, and to get that right. And getting it wrong is going to last a long time. So I certainly think that until we have a better sense of what we really want to see happen on France, it's difficult to approve a project like this that is such a departure from the comprehensive plan.
Commissioner Lee.
I have some serious concerns about the Hennepin County feedback. For me, that could really mean a significant reworking of the site. And then we are literally critiquing a plan that is going to be completely different. So I don't even feel that in some cases that I necessarily want to even comment much tonight. I feel like that I am not ready to move forward on this for many reasons, that probably being at the top of my list. I do think that overall, I don't think that the project addressed enough of the concerns that we expressed last time. So I'm going to have probably some difficulty supporting an amendment or any kind of change at this point. I'm just not quite there.
Commissioner Platter?
I agree with the traffic axis. I mean, that could, whatever happens, this could completely have to morph or some other things. So agree with that. But the other thing, I keep looking at this, it's such a transition area. I'm just thinking, does something like this go on the other side of France maybe, or something like that, where we have more pieces to that? obviously has transitioned to, there's some duplexes there, but most of it's single family back there, and I think it's really an area to be almost overly sensitive about as to what's going on between those two zones, if you will. It is a large transition. You don't necessarily see something like this in that transition zone. And I think to that point on the comp plan, it is, I don't know, triple the comp plan, whatever you want to call it, from density standpoint. So I think it's, for a lot of reasons, I think it's very tough to support something like this for me at this point.
Commissioner Wilson.
Just agree with every comment that's been made with the Planning Commission. It's just too dense. We're just kind of reacting to this proposal. So the comp plan that's being proposed to be amended reflects, completely just this submittal, and it's just not looking at the whole picture. So agreed, Hennepin County, that access, I've always had issues with that. So I can't support this.
Commissioner Schroeder.
I'm just going to take a little bit of a different tact on this because I don't disagree with anything anybody's been saying so far. And I just look at what's happening with this parcel, and we can look across other parcels up and down France Avenue, particularly on the west side. And we know change can and probably will happen. We know developers are attracted to these parcels. We know that the properties that are out there could look and function better than they are. But what we don't have is a process that allows us to look at that. We haven't gone through that process yet. But part of our comprehensive plan identifies, as we've talked about, kind of a misnamed potential areas of change instead of areas of potential change category. This is one of them. And we have a process in our comprehensive plan for addressing those. And while we can debate whether this is a good or bad project, we don't have established thresholds or concept or visions for what this should be if we're going to be looking more intently at what this OR area along the west side of France Avenue can be. And I guess I've talked a little bit with the chair about this, and I think we ought to be, even though he only has probably 2 meetings left before he moves on to something else, this is an area we should really be studying because these issues are not going to be going away. And we should, as a planning body, be looking forward to what this area should be and analyzing in more detail what this area could be, more than what we could get into in a comprehensive plan process, and really looking at issues like access and looking at how we can better accommodate affordable housing and a lot of the other goals that this project may be proposing, but we're just not ready for it yet because we don't have a way to amend the comprehensive plan based on this particular parcel. So I'm still where I was before. I can't support a comprehensive plan amendment here, but I would like us to go through the process of actually studying what the comprehensive plan might be to make certain that what we have is the right answer by studying it in more detail than we could during the comprehensive plan process. And either confirming that what we have is correct or suggesting through some kind of an engaged process that we have a better answer, because right now we don't.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made. I with respect to that last point, there was some discussion earlier about planned unit developments, and actually, it's been a tool that we on the Planning Commission decided a few years ago that we needed, and we've used it, I think, effectively in some situations. And the trick of it is to really figure out what it is you need to demand from a development in exchange for doing some different things. And I'm happy to do that, but I just feel like I don't know what it is I'm supposed to demand here because I don't have the bigger context. And really, if you look from 66th Street all the way to 78th Street and really wrapping around on 77th Street, this is this office residential area in the comprehensive plan is going, there's a lot of properties along there that are going to turn over, and we really need to be thinking, and I don't just mean us up here, I mean the development community, I mean the residents in the neighborhood, I mean the whole community has to be thinking about what do we want it to be, how does it want to look, how does it fit in, how does it make it so it's a better community in the neighborhood, in my part of town as well as in the part of town that's right next to that. So I applaud your efforts. It makes me feel even worse about failing to demand affordable housing in the other projects that have gone in, because we should have put a stake in the ground. I think some of us here did, and it didn't happen. And clearly, we have to figure out what those demands are and meet them. And I think it's a really intriguing project that just is in a place that it's really hard for me to commit to it, because if not legally, at least psychologically, it's going to create a precedent for what we're going to then do up and down the France Avenue corridor on that west side. And so I feel bad for the work that you've done. I like the effort that you've made. I think it's premature, and we need to all get together and figure out what the future is going to look like in that corridor before we can proceed with something like this. So, further comments or a motion? Commissioner Olson?
I might need help with these, but so the first one we'd be making a motion on is the comprehensive plan. Am I correct?
Yeah. How do you want? Do you want one motion? How do you want to do this?
You could do them as one motion. The findings are the same for each.
Because you get the findings on page 17 of your
Yes.
report.
Yep, 16 and 17.
16 and 17 under staff recommendation.
Okay.
So you could do it all as one.
Okay. Well, I would recommend that the request for the 3 amendments to the comprehensive plan and the land use applications recommend denial. Do I have to, based on staff's findings? And in any addition, I think our notes that we've taken, right, our comments. Did I do that right?
Is there a second? One concept that's kind of come up is this notion of a small area plan, and it's really for the council to do that. Would that be appropriate to include in the motion a recommendation that we initiate a small area plan for this office residential area? Is that acceptable to the mover?
That's acceptable.
And the seconder. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Commissioner Forrest.
I guess this time I will editorialize just a little bit, even though the plan has merits. I think there have been some comments here this evening, both from the audience and from up here, that it's always bugged me when we lightly amend the comp plan. It's really troublesome that we have this tool and we aren't using it. But what bothers me a lot is the presumption that we will. And just, as was stated earlier, that, we'll come back with one less story and maybe that'll get by. Part of due diligence is look at the comp plan and take it seriously, because we're supposed to do that by law. And, it's going to have to be quite a compelling situation, especially since the residents at the time this comp plan was enacted were extremely concerned about height along France Avenue on that side, on the west side. So I think it's good that we are taking this seriously, and I hope the message gets out there as well.
All right. Further comment? All right. Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. All right, the motion prevails. Thank you for your time, everyone. Next on the agenda is reports and recommendations. And the first item is the honey beekeeping and fowl ordinance. Diane, sorry to keep you up so late. Thank you for staying through with us. So the next item is honey beekeeping and fowl proposed ordinance amendment. And Diane Pluckett-Latham from the Energy and Environment Commission is with us this evening. And Diane, I assume you are going to introduce the item and give us the background on it?
Yes, thank you. And I first want to thank the Planning Commission for the opportunity to address you, and also for your service. You have 2 of these meetings per month. It's a lot of study on your part, and I commend you for all your community efforts. Thank you very much. Also with me tonight is Ross Bittner, who is the liaison to the Energy and Environment Commission, and also Jim Shadeen. Jim? Right here. And he is the Eden Prairie staff person who's responsible for enforcing their bee ordinance.
And Edina resident.
Pardon me?
And Edina resident.
And Edina resident. That is correct. That is correct. All right, the Energy and Environment Commission has a proposal to permit beekeeping and female chicken keeping in Edina. And this is part of the Green Step Cities program, which Edina and 73 other cities are a part of. Our objective is to remove restrictions on keeping honeybees and female domesticated chickens, consistent with the Green Step City program recommendations. Why allow honeybees? First of all, they are a source of honey. The U.S. consumes twice as much honey as it produces. They are efficient pollinators of garden flowers, fruits, and vegetables, and I'll show you in the next slide what happens when you don't have sufficient pollination. Bees pollinate 1/3 of our food supply at the grocery store, and we'd have many things no longer available to us, such as almonds. They are exclusively pollinated by honeybees. This program will also educate many on the need to reduce pesticides, and will educate many on the need to choose plants with food for pollinators. And this in turn helps all pollinators, including native bees, butterflies, and moths, which are in decline worldwide. It's also an interesting hobby, teaching kids responsibility about the natural world. This is what happens when you have incomplete pollination for tomatoes, for example. Tomato seeds release a hormone which causes them to mature, and if they aren't all pollinated, you'll get incomplete ripening, such as you see here. Why allow female chickens? They're a source of fresh eggs. They're also a source of high-quality fertilizer. And they provide integrated pest management because chickens eat harmful insects such as Japanese beetles or slugs. They're very good companion animals. They'll follow you around the yard, sit on your lap, and so forth. And they teach kids responsibility and where their food comes from, and gives them a connection to the natural world. Proposed ordinance requirements for apiaries. First, there would be a mandatory apiary registration. You would register with the police department, probably the animal control officer, and there would be initial inspection by the police department to verify conformity with all requirements, including the setback, a water source, and apiary number. There will be a minimum registration fee of $20. There will be a renewal, but there's no registration fee for that. And we have a registration fee because there's also a courtesy notification of neighbors within 200 feet of the lot line. So there's a little bit of time and money involved in sending that out. The apiary setback requirements. The apiary could not be located in a front yard. There would be a 10-foot lot line setback, but 20 feet from dwellings on adjacent property, or a 20-foot setback from a public sidewalk. You actually don't need setbacks because bees fly out at most 3 feet, go directly up into the air, and they take a GPS setting, if you would, where the sun is so that they can find their way back. But it's typical to have a 10-foot lot line setback because some neighbors are concerned about that. Apiary density limitations. I should mention our ordinance is modeled very closely on the Eden Prairie ordinance, and these happen to be their density limitations also. So for a half acre or smaller, 2 colonies, up to 3/4 acre, 4 colonies, up to 1 acre, 6, more than an acre, 8, and lots within 200 feet of any lot line. If they're all undeveloped, you could have 12 colonies. Apiary registration would be granted if it is code compliant, that is, it matches the setback, water source, and number, and it would not be dependent on neighbor comments. The neighbors receive a courtesy notification, and this is primarily so that if they have a question or concern, they can call the city. And what Jim Shadeen found in Eden Prairie was that once he had a chance to talk with them, usually they had a common misconception. We'll be talking about those common misconceptions. Then they understood, and they did not challenge the registration. But you can appeal a registration. We have set up a process for that. So a resident within 200 feet of the apiary lot line could appeal an approved registration. This appeal could occur anytime because neighbors might move in who did not initially receive the notification or know anything about it. The 2 conditions under which appeal might be successful would be if you could produce a doctor's note stating that a household resident is specifically allergic to honeybee stings. Now, Minnesota has some 220 varieties of native bees. And just because a person is allergic to one kind of bee does not mean that they are allergic to all bees. So you'd have to be specifically allergic to honeybee stings. And secondly, an apiary registration could be denied if the apiary became a habitual nuisance due to improper maintenance, despite prior city written warning. Appeal decision options might be to confirm the apiary registration, rescind it, or mediate. And you could use mediation with such things as changing the apiary location, requiring a flyway barrier. This is a 6-foot structure which could either be a fence or dense shrub that bees could not fly through. Or you could have any other mutually acceptable solution. Apiary and customary home occupation. Now, we're going to talk about this a little bit more. I'm going to hold up on this because we've had Arlene and Commissioner Forrest and I and Carrie Teague and the animal control officer have had subsequent conversations to the ordinance that is in your packet, and we have a few more changes that we would like to recommend. And this might forestall some questions that you might have. I'll get to that in a moment. Okay, limitations on female chicken keeping. A maximum of 4 hens. Roosters remain prohibited as livestock. Livestock is defined as including all fowl, ducks, geese, etc., chickens, and then we make the exception for female chickens or hens. Therefore, roosters are still prohibited. The hen house or chicken run setback is the same as a dog house, which would be cannot exceed 300 square feet in area and must be placed only in the rear yard and no closer than 20 feet to any property line. Here's an example of a chicken coop and a chicken run. A chicken run is usually a structure of a chicken wire that the animal can run about in and get a little bit of exercise. They do have to be protected from predators. We have a lot of birds of prey, coyotes, dogs, and whatnot. And so they usually have some kind of structure like this so that if they're going to be gone and cannot watch the chicken, you would not let it out in a yard by itself unwatched because there are too many predators. And so you put them in something like this, the chicken run. neighboring cities and what they're doing. 5 of our 6 neighboring cities do allow honeybees, and this summer, for the first time, I had honeybees in my backyard, and I think that is thanks to Jim Shadeen and Eden Prairie. Highway 169 is on the Eden Prairie border, and we live right across that. And so some of your honeybees have been coming to our yard. Thank you, Jim. Female chickens, 3 of our neighboring cities also allow those. So here are some of the common misconceptions about honeybees, that all bees are aggressive. In fact, honeybees are quite gentle. It's the yellow jackets that are aggressive, especially around plates of food. Honeybees do not go after human food. They only eat nectar and pollen. Hornets are also aggressive. No offense to our Edina mascot. Most other native bees, such as bumblebees, go about their business without bothering anyone. And one of the people on our committees even pets bumblebees. Now, that's not something I've tried, but he pets bumblebees. Okay. All right, now I've got a video here to show you. It's only 90 seconds here to show you how tame. Let's see. Yeah, can you help me pull this up? I have to click that. Try that one. There we go. Yes, can you expand it? So what we're seeing here is the apiary of one of the members of our committee, Jeffrey Badeau, and he keeps his bees out in Taylor's Falls. Another member of our committee keeps them in Waconia.
This is a baseball. This is a soccer ball. This is a volleyball. This is a 4-square ball.
Now, if you want, you can sit by your apiary and watch your bees coming and going all day without any fear. Okay, can you get my show back up? Thank you. So you can see they're pretty tame. Okay, the yellow jackets, they're the aggressive ones as well as the hornets, and they are likely to sting. Honeybees are not likely to sting unless they're actually squished or their hive is tipped over. Honeybees, you can see, are quite gentle, as are bumblebees. Misconception number 2, if you're allergic to one kind of bee sting, you're allergic to every kind of bee sting. That's not true. Minnesota has 320 species of native bees. If you're allergic to one, you are not allergic to all of them. And then third misconception, chickens are noisy. In fact, hens do not crow like roosters, but they make a very soft clucking sound. Okay, now these are some of the issues we want to go over in Section 36. Commissioner Forrest and I have talked about making some changes, and I would like to show you those changes before you have your discussion because it may forestall some of your questions. All right, if you could help me bring up the second. You have in your packet the ordinance, and I will be bringing up the ordinance with in yellow the changes that Commissioner Forrest and I are considering making here. Now, I don't know unless Commissioner Stoughton, if you or Carrie Teague sent them out to your commission in advance. I sent them last night or so. But
the amended
version, ones, have you got them?
We have that.
You got them? Good. Okay. All right. So now, let's see, we'll just scroll down here, and then I'll just walk you through them. The first one that we encounter is just simply housekeeping. The word adjacent was redundant, so that's why that was taken out. And here we've taken out Chicken Run because we're proposing removing it from Section 36. So there is no need to have that definition. Okay, livestock definition, that was imperative to change that because we're trying to limit it to 4 chickens. That's all anyone really needs on a city lot. And here is under accessory, different accessory uses. Commissioner Forrest was suggesting that we don't mention dog houses here and other types of small uses, so why clutter up the code with these 3? And that made a lot of sense to me. And then likewise, in the next one, Commissioner Forrest was concerned here, no loading or unloading of outdoor storage equipment or materials. You can't list every type of thing that you can't load or unload, furniture, etc. And so why are we listing apiary especially here? Let's not clutter up the code. And then no signs of any kind shall be used. And we had an exception in there for beekeeping cautionary signs. But when I checked with beekeepers, they do not use beekeeper cautionary signs because it attracts vandals and theft and this sort of thing. So no need to put an exception in there for that. And let's see what. I'm not sure why this is not going down. Okay, there we go. And now this last one, when we had the work session with council in June, the council did not want honey sales being made from homes, but it's okay to sell it from farmers market or wherever else. And that's what we were trying to do. But I think the way it's set up here, by putting in apiaries, that means you could sell it from a home. Isn't that right, Carrie? Yep. So we don't want to do that, so we should not have put it in here. So at council's request, we are taking that out. So those are the additional changes, and now your questions.
Thank you, Diane. Questions for Ms. Latham?
So there would be no signs, or will there be signs?
There would be no signs.
Okay, so what happens to people who are allergic to?
They would appeal the registration if they have a doctor's note saying that they're allergic specifically to honeybee stings. Then the registration would be revoked.
Oh, I'm just talking about like somebody walking past the property who doesn't like live there. Do they need to be notified, or do they need to know?
No. These are in the rear yard, and if a person is keeping honeybees, you would not even know it. They come very quiet. Well, you saw the hive there. That was a very typical one. There's not a lot of bees around it, and they would be in the backyard.
And so there's no concern about kids running in through people's yards and stay out of their yard because they've got they keep bees, and you're
honeybees
allergic to that.
don't sting unless you attempt to kill one. If you squish one, it releases a hormone, and that notifies the other bees that there is a predator out there, and then they would come.
But that's exactly what a kid might do? I don't know.
They'd have to be pretty fast to get a hold of one. Yeah, it would be very unlikely. And I have data in the report indicating that the last time the World Health Organization logged statistics on this in 2000, there were 54 deaths in the United States due to stings of any kind. That would be scorpions, etc., brown recluse spiders, none due to honeybees. It just doesn't happen because they're bred for being tame. They just don't sting.
Okay, so basically it's just not typical in all the other communities that allow honeybees. Nobody posts signs to notify anyone or caution anyone.
They don't need in prairie, I don't think. Jim found one city.
Okay.
Other questions? I noticed that I'm sorry, Commissioner Hobbs.
On page 2, you talk about each colony needs a source of water, a convenient source of water.
That is important.
Do we need to have the source of water also have a setback so that the source of water isn't right on somebody's property line and the bees would be going to that?
I haven't heard of any problems due to that. Bees will take the source of water actually from dew most commonly. And so I don't know that they would be mobbing a particular source of water. Jim, have you had any problem with that?
Jim?
Do you want to come to the microphone?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was one issue raised by a woman who had a water feature in her backyard that a neighbor's apiary had bees coming over to it.
Mm-hmm.
He has a really large water feature in his yard, and he hadn't had it filled yet. So once he filled it, that was much closer, and they went to his instead. Solved the problem.
Okay.
I guess that's part of what I'm just wondering is whether or not to include the water source with the apiary in terms of the setback so that problem wouldn't necessarily happen. If somebody puts their water source right on their property line, then that's going to kind of obviate why you had the setback to begin with.
Jim, have you seen setbacks for water sources?
I haven't, because typically when you think of a water source, if you're to imagine your own backyard, what typically could you offer as a water source? Perhaps a bird feeder, maybe you have a small pond. Typically you don't see a water feature right at a property line. And I think beekeepers are responsible enough that they recognize that they probably want to keep it away from the property line anyway. That being said, I don't think there's any harm in setting a setback for it.
Or what if you just included it as part of the definition of the
That's
apiary?
what I mean. Yeah, it's
If you
part
just
of the
said
package
apiary
deal.
and water source. And
Yeah, we
necessary
could do
water
that easily enough. It's not a
Commissioner Forrest.
problem.
Basically, I think whatever our code has regarding water features in a yard, if there are any setbacks required, then we follow those. I mean, it's not like you. I'm surprised we even have this in the code, quite frankly. I mean, bees need water, but there's so much water nearby, and everybody's like within a mile of water here in Edina. So I don't think any bees in Edina would ever suffer from somebody not having water on their property available. But like she said, it rains. It's the creek's running within half a mile or something. They find the water if they need it. And we have a water feature in our yard, and I've never seen a bee near it. So, I mean, they find it somewhere. But I think if we have other restrictions on the code as far as where to put water, that's one thing. But I don't think anything special should be done just because somebody might have bees. I mean, do you regulate where you put your dog's water dish? It's kind of the same thing.
Other Commissioner Carr.
I noticed there's quite a bit on the honey beekeeping, registration, required conditions, etc. But I didn't really see much on the chickens.
Correct. There is no registration required for chickens.
And where is it that, is there any limitation on the size of the, I think I saw it in the PowerPoint, on the size of the chicken coop and the chicken run?
Mm-hmm.
Is that in the regulations?
Yes, it is the same as a dog house.
Oh, and where does it say that? Maybe I missed that.
It is in the code that is existing, and there's a citation for that.
Okay, so that's another area that there would be some reference to chickens as it relates
No,
to...
it does not reference dogs specifically, but if you have a house for any kind of animal, it is called an animal enclosure. It's under the animal ordinance,
Okay.
and then you drop down to animal enclosure. And so all animal enclosures, regardless of what kind of animal, has to be 3,000 square feet. It does not state dogs or cats or anything like that, but you cannot have an enclosure greater than that size for any animal.
And is that appropriate size for a chicken, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we have only four chickens.
Chickens.
Yeah.
That's the appropriate size for 4 chickens? And then what about the chicken run, though? Is there any limitation on the size of a chicken run?
I suppose that would come under animal enclosure as well.
Okay, I just didn't know if there, people were taking over their entire yards with chicken runs and chicken coops.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a limitation then that they can only have one chicken coop on the property? Or can you have one chicken coop per chicken?
No, it's the animal enclosure. I wish we had the animal control officer here, but I think you can just have one dog house, one animal enclosure of particular size per
Carrie,
species.
would those be? That's an accessory structure. We have land use regulations on the size of accessory structures and the number of accessory structures, don't we?
Right, setback in particular.
Well, yeah, I just want to make sure that as far as chickens go,
It would.
yeah, that you have it defined as to, if there's 4 chickens, you only get 1 chicken coop.
Well, so I guess what I'm wondering is, do we have a limit on the total number of accessory structures you can have on a lot?
We don't have a total number.
So we have a lot coverage is the way we take care of it. So you could have multiple accessory structures, including your garage, detached garage.
You could. A dog house, you don't need a building permit for that. Anything under 120 square feet, you don't need a building permit for, so it's difficult.
So if you dot your backyard with 100 square foot structures, you're flying under the radar.
Yep. Also, with the change to eliminate all of the Chapter 36 provisions, you don't have to hold a public hearing on this if there's no provision in Chapter 36. That was the reason that we brought it before the Planning Commission, was I noticed there was changes to our zoning ordinance. But with the elimination of that section, you would not have to hold a public hearing on this topic.
And I believe that I'll be taking this to Energy and Environment Commission tomorrow night, and I am confident they will approve those changes. So then we would not have to have the public hearing on December 10th.
Ultimately, the City Council holds a public hearing, but the Planning Commission wouldn't be.
And then I had one other question too. If chickens were not allowed in the past, was that specifically addressed in the code? And if so, what change has been made so that people know that having 4 chickens, where is the reference to the 4 chickens?
It's the livestock definition.
Livestock.
Under livestock?
Yep. Livestock is defined in the code as including fowl, and then you look at the yellowed highlight, one of the first ones there.
The most recent change that she made,
Yeah,
the
I might
second
not
set of
have that one,
changes added an exception for
okay.
for 4 chickens.
Okay, thank you. I just maybe didn't have the right copy.
Yeah, no, it was the most recent one because I had the same question
Okay,
on the original
thank you.
version. Commissioner Platter.
Carrie, with the city giving out a permit for bees, does the city liable then if something happens? From an insurance standpoint, somebody gets stung. How does that work?
Yeah, that I don't know how to answer that.
Is the city taking on a fair amount of liability here?
I don't
with
think
this?
That would be the case. It would be private liability, not the city. If you had an apiary on city property, that might be something different. And if you were negligent in how you maintained that hive, but the city would have to be negligent.
Would these people have homeowners insurance to cover problems? Would that something we could require? Why?
Is it any different than a dog
Do you require
license?
it for a dog?
Well,
Do you require
Dogs
it for
are
a
more
cat
dangerous
even,
than
you know?
bees.
Yeah.
bees could kill you.
I'm just saying, do you require it for every
Well,
dog? You may
it's
require
another
them to be
thing-
licensed, but
it's
are you
another
expecting
thing
the
that
city
we're
to have
allowing in our
liability?
neighborhoods that there today, so it's a liability thing. And there's a lot of people with anaphylactic shock or
that would be their own. That would be their own home and
But I don't like that.
Policy.
That the only way you can not have bees next to you if you have a doctor's note from your doctor. I mean, it sounds like second grade or something.
Well,
I mean,
why
there
would
should
you
be
not have bees next to you unless you had a good reason, a health reason not to have them there? Why would you
because
deny
you don't
the
want to
person
get
next
stung.
to
You don't want to take the chance that of the 300 varieties, you might be allergic to one of them. I mean, does somebody go through a test and get all these stung on them to see which ones you're allergic to? I mean, you're taking a big risk here by bringing these into the neighborhood.
A dog is
all
a
these
much
people.
greater risk. They're a lot greater dog bites.
We're not talking about dogs. We're talking about bees.
Diane, one at a time. One at a time.
We're talking about bees, which you're here for. And I'm concerned about bees in my neighborhood. My neighbor is allergic to bees, hornets, whatever you call it. He almost died from it. It was terrible. Nancy Shear wrote a letter in about, she doesn't want, I don't know if you want to read her letter. She's not here tonight.
And Nancy did write an email after looking at tonight's packet, said, were I present at tonight's meeting, I would strongly argue against this amount of beekeeping being initiated in our city. I live with a 9/11 bee allergy person. He has to carry EpiPens and still go to a hospital immediately for treatment if stung. As a result, I have no interest in living next door to beehives and do not feel suburban near inner city small lot locations are appropriate sites for them. When maintained in more rural locations, hives can be placed further from dwellings than they can in virtually 80% of our community. This can be a life-threatening situation for some of our residents. Before you answer, Diane, Mr. Shadeen might be a good person to respond. I read your note, and maybe you can. I know that folks have done a lot of studying on this, but there's a lot of folks that haven't done studying, and I thought, Jim, your email was representative of how a lot of folks, I'm sure, feel hearing about this, and, there needs to be some discussion of this. It's a legitimate concern that folks are going to have, and so let's talk a little bit about what your experience was.
Well, my experience was I have a son who suffers from life-threatening allergies. I carry an EpiPen wherever I go with him. When he gets bit by a mosquito, he reacts pretty violently. His arm swells up. It's like there's a marble underneath there, and he'll start to run a fever. So my assumption was that if he ever got stung by a bee, it's going to be a life-threatening event, and I have to be ready with that EpiPen. So when I was tasked by the Eden Prairie City Council to look into this, I was pretty biased from the get-go. But I looked at the Center for Disease Control Statistics. The facts are there's just not evidence there to support that people are being stung and dying from honeybees. Other insects, yes. I went to my son's allergist and I asked if he could be tested to determine if he is allergic or not. They told me that there isn't a test available. The only way to do it is to actually inject some of the venom into him to see if he'll react, which could cause anaphylaxis. So the only way you truly know if you are allergic is if you've been stung and suffered anaphylaxis. If you've been stung and you've suffered pain and swelling, that's actually your body's normal reaction. It's not an allergic reaction, it's a normal reaction. So I did the research. I talked to Dr. Marla Spivak at the U. I talked to the U of M Bee Squad. I talked to the Minnesota Hobby Beekeepers Association. I talked to all kinds of beekeepers. And I realized that, and I read a lot of books, I realized that the fear of bees is real, but the fear of honeybees is overstated. I've had the opportunity to inspect the 11 registered apiaries. If this was the hive, I stood here while literally thousands upon thousands of bees flew in, and I watched them without incident.
So what do you do in Eden Prairie if a neighbor, regardless of all of the research, all of the literature, all of the statistics, a neighbor just says, I don't want those things next to me?
I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Hasn't happened. No.
Because one of the things I noticed in the ordinance is that it doesn't really have any standards about the appeal. It doesn't.
Well, it at least in Eden Prairie, it pretty much puts it squarely on the city manager's shoulders. If somebody files appeal, they do it in writing to the city manager. The city manager holds a hearing and ultimately makes the final decision on it.
Yeah, my concern is how do you make a decision without having any criteria to base it on?
Right.
Well, we have the policy written up there. They would have to have a note from the doctor indicating that they were specifically allergic to honeybee
And
stings.
Mr. Shadeen just said they can't test for that.
Well, you would have to have past experience with it. You have to have actually been stung by one, and as we're telling you, they very rarely sting.
So one free bite.
Yeah. And
Why not?
Ultimately, that's what it boils down to, is if people have fears, whether they're founded in fact or not, you still need to respect the fact that
right.
if they don't want bees next to them, you need to respect that.
I mean, how this is written, you're going to have bees in your backyard and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, that's just wrong. I mean, one thing I was going to suggest is that there's a neighborhood meeting on this too, for all the people within 200 feet, that goes out and people talk about that and understand what's in the backyard when you're producing these things here.
I want to add that my situation is the same as Jim's. My sister does suffer from anaphylaxis from native bees. She was stung when she was 6 years old. Now, she went and took the option of getting shots. And now she is no longer subject to that, so she does not have to carry an EpiPen. So there are options. But this is a very rare occurrence to be stung by a honeybee. You're much more likely to be bitten by a dog or a cat or something else.
Well, I mean, we're still adding something in the community here that could do that. And I think the neighbors really need a meeting to be notified, and they can talk about if they allow it or not around them. I mean, as you mentioned, the bees can go anywhere. They can go up. They can go all over the place. What's to say they're not going to go? I mean, you don't really know you're allergic until you're bit many times, and you can be bit, and then you can also be the tolerance builds up, and then all of a sudden you're really allergic to them. I mean, it happens all the time, and I don't think we can sit here and say that'll never happen, because it won't. And we have those risks, and I think the city's taking on quite a bit of risks by allowing this, if that's the case, because we're permitting these things.
May I respond, please?
Sure.
Okay. I would say, ashes to whatever's, you have bees in your yard already. They're there, and you walk past them, and you brush against them, or whatever. But, well, basically, once they're out of your yard, they disperse, and so it's not like you have a next-door neighbor, and all of a sudden you're going to have a gazillion honeybees in your yard. That's just not the case. And a lot of it depends on what kind of forage you have in your yard for them to come to, too. They love dandelions, by the way.
No one can guarantee they're not going to get bit.
You can't guarantee you aren't going to get stung by a yellow jacket, and I'd say you're way more likely to. And also, if you've been stung by another species, there is very little cross allergy among
All
right,
right,
so if you get
so
stung.
we're not going to resolve the debate quickly.
I've got comments on the chickens, too.
Right. Commissioner Carr, and then back to Commissioner Planner.
I was just wondering, the city of Minneapolis allows both bees and chickens.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had a chance to talk to anyone at the city of Minneapolis, which, of course, you have homes a lot closer? I don't know how long that ordinance has been in effect, but what's their experience been?
Well, they are going to loosen up on the restrictions. That is what they are working on right now. They had something where the neighbors, 80% of the neighbors had to sign off on allowing bees, and they are working on taking that out. Because what happens is some of the people then just kept bees in places where you couldn't see them, and they were not registering them. Oh. And so they want to have neighbor notification, but not a requirement, because a neighbor who is not a friend, shall we say, might for no more reason than spite deny it. And then the people go ahead and keep the bees anyway. But the police department has to know where those apiaries are, so that if they are pursuing someone or an animal that they're trying to capture, They don't want to accidentally bump into a hive. So the police department has to know where they are. So Minneapolis and other cities are finding they're not having any problems with them, and they're loosening up on their restrictions.
If they don't bite you, why would the city of Minneapolis, why would the police need to know where they're at? You're saying if they don't bite you and you bump them.
You might, in the night when you are pursuing a criminal, bump into a hive, and you don't want to do that. You don't want
Why wouldn't you want to do that? Why wouldn't you want to bump?
You don't want to knock a hive over. Now the hives weigh what, 75 pounds, Jim? I think something like that. So they'd be pretty tough to knock over, but the police still want to know where they are, and I think that's sound.
So does our ordinance have a notification requirement?
The proposed one does, yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't require.
It doesn't require approval, but just
approval,
notification.
Which I think it should.
Mm-hmm.
But at least then if you had children nearby, you could advise them not to get near the bees or not to tip the bees' hives over.
Correct.
Anyways, I just want to comment, I think this is great. When I came to Edina, I thought, all these other cities allow these things, and I didn't know why that was the case, but I think it's been informative to hear about the bees. And again, I think dogs are much more dangerous than bees or chickens. So, and if they're not a noise problem, which it sounds like they're not, I don't see a reason why we should not approve this.
I mentioned on the chickens, I was doing some research, and I grew up on farms, so I've been around chickens a lot, and they do bring salmonella in on the eggs, and that's how a lot of diseases spread. How does that work? How do the neighbors be protected from the egg, if someone's over there handling those and they get sick? How is the city involved with that, or how does the liability work from that standpoint?
Well, it's just like any disease spread by a dog or a cat. It's incumbent upon the homeowner to take their precautions.
What diseases do dogs and cats spread?
Rabies for dogs, and cats have one that's particularly dangerous to pregnant women, that if they leave their feces, use your yard as a kitty litter, you could contract it.
Salmonella's pretty bad. And then the chickens are going to attract coyotes and foxes too.
Coyotes and foxes are already here. The rabbits.
I know, but they're going to attract more. So as we more chickens, we're going to attract these, and they're potentially going to eat more dogs and cats. So what do you say to the homeowner that they've got a point in their neighbor's backyard that's attracting this stuff, and it gets their animal next door? How does that work?
The chicken keeper can as easily say that your dog or your cat is attracting the coyotes to eat my chickens. It works both ways.
Well, coyotes and fox like chickens a lot more, so they're going to come in. I mean, you'd see it all over. And then chicken slaughter, how does that work? Do we allow people to slaughter chickens and sell them here, or how does that go along? When the hens aren't laying eggs anymore, how are we have anything regulating against slaughtering chickens in their backyard, or how do they dispose
Carrie,
of them?
do we have ordinances on slaughtering things? I don't know.
We don't allow chickens today. So you can't slaughter them.
Well, I mean, something happens to them.
It's many of the chicken ordinances do include provisions on slaughtering, because what are you going to do if somebody decides they're going to deal with that?
I suppose a person could buy a live chicken today and slaughter it.
Just be discreet.
I don't know.
Well,
but you don't want to create a situation. Part of our job is to anticipate the kind of unusual behavior, and if somebody's going to keep chickens in order to consume them.
Yeah, I'm not aware of slaughtering ordinances. I can look into it, though.
Yeah. And then is there same thing here, there should be a neighborhood meeting to tell people you're going to have chickens too, in case something comes up with them.
Everyone is getting notified, and if they choose to meet among themselves, they can.
There should be a formal neighborhood meeting should happen.
I don't think
we're bringing
that's
these
necessary.
things into the neighborhood, and a lot of people they don't move to Edina to live next to chickens. Most people don't. I know I don't. I mean, I lived in the country next to them, and I didn't really move here to have chickens next door, so I'd like to know about them.
Do we have neighborhood meetings for dogs or other animals? I don't think so.
That's much different.
All right, so let me interrupt for just a second. Carrie, what are we being asked to do here at 12:15?
Yeah, if there's no provisions in Chapter 36,
Even if there are, let's say that there are.
You could make recommendations on the proposed ordinance.
I mean,
we've struck
why
them.
Why wouldn't this come to a public hearing?
Well, that's exactly my point. Is
this trying to be
we're not
snuck
having a
through
public
or
hearing
something,
tonight,
or what?
so
Well, if this was brought before the Planning Commission because of the regulations in Chapter 36, which is where you're required to hold a public hearing for changes to the code. If there's no provisions here in Chapter 36, if chickens and bees are allowed in another part of the code, it's just an accessory use in a residential district. And it's up to the council to decide if they would be allowed.
Sounds like you're changing something to avoid a public hearing.
I'm not at all. The only reason I brought it to you because Chapter 36 is your purview. You don't hold public hearings on other sections of the city code, Chapter 8, Chapter 2, whatever it may be.
Right.
We did get the revised ordinance, and I sent it to Roger for his review and asked him that very question. If there's no provisions in Chapter 36, does the Planning Commission need to weigh in? That was, I haven't received a comment back from him, but.
And I will take the revisions to EEC tomorrow night. I assume they would confirm them, and then I will let you know immediately thereafter. And if they do confirm them, then you would not need the public hearing, and it would await council's public hearing.
well, I guess it's fair to say that you've heard a variety of concerns from the water source setbacks to the criteria for dealing with appeals, to slaughter, to notice, to some of these issues, and for what they're worth, you ought to take them into account as you move this thing forward. If it ends up coming back to us at the Planning Commission, then I suppose we'll have a public hearing and we'll have a chance to discuss it. But thank you for coming and introducing it and staying to this late hour, and Ross and Jim, both of you as well. Appreciate your time on this.
Thank you.
We don't have to take any further. Good. You don't. All right. So we still have one more agenda item: tree ordinance. Who's going to present on the tree ordinance?
Yeah, nothing formal planned here, especially given the late hour. But what we've done here is put together a draft ordinance based on the work session that we had with the City Council. Commissioner Platter has added to this some of the more significant revisions that the Council had suggested is the ordinance that the Planning Commission recommended. If you were to remove a tree within the building pad or 10 feet extended, those trees would have to be replaced. And then outside of the building pad and driveway area, you replaced on a 2-to-1. They're suggesting that you wouldn't have to replace a tree within that building pad area, 10 feet extended, and the driveway 5 feet extended from the driveway. You wouldn't have to replace those trees, but anywhere outside of building pad and driveway, you would replace on a 1-to-1.
Is there? Mike, do you have anything to add to that? I guess I'm kind of wondering if, given the hour, can we put it on for a public hearing and just move it forward? I mean, don't we have to do that? That's what we'd have to do to make it go to the next step, right?
For the ordinance, tree ordinance?
We could.
Yeah.
Right.
And then if there's some stray issues that people want to debate, we can debate those.
Yeah, I was just going to say just real quickly that we talked to the City Council, the work session. We added a lot of things they had, and in some cases they wanted us to be more restrictive than we actually had, especially around some protection things and looking at the Minnetonka ordinances for like construction protection and some other things were added in here. So that's kind of, I mean, folks certainly feel free to read it through, but that was a lot of the gist of it. Was even tried to clean up some stuff as well as take into their comments. And, it's not the same as the Minnetonka because that's quite a bit different areas, but it's intended to work for
And we've
for the
spent
city.
a lot of time working on this, and it has made a couple of trips to the council, and, it seems like it's really been well vetted, and then maybe it's time to trot it
Yeah.
out to the public in a public hearing.
Yeah, and I just want to say one thing is that, this only affects demolition permits or building permits, so it doesn't affect anything else in the city for that. So just people be aware of that. It doesn't affect the vast majority. You can still cut a tree down in your yard if you're not demoing your house or something. So
In general, at the work session, the council they did seem more receptive to adopting the ordinance.
Yes, I would agree.
Can I
please.
just ask why elm trees aren't protected?
part of it was that they're potentially diseased.
Right.
Dutch elm, and if like something like that, if it wants to be put in there, if they're a Dutch elm resistant species, I mean, there may be something to that.
Not all American elms are subjected to.
Let's say.
Right.
If you have suggestions, we could certainly
Okay.
put that in there. That's why ash aren't, because unfortunately there's going to be a lot of ash gone.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're down to these kind of slight adjustments, and we can make those during a public hearing. And get this thing moving forward. All right. So,
I'm sorry,
Carrie,
that'd be a public hearing at our next meeting?
Yeah, when do you
We'll
want to
take
do
a
that?
look at our notice requirements. We'll try to get it for the next meeting. I'm not.
Because we won't have another meeting in November.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it would be December. It would be the first meeting in December.
Yeah.
We'll be able to make that.
Yeah, that's the other question. We are not planning a second meeting in December? Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yep,
we just have, when's our December meeting? I should know this, but. All right, while you're looking for that, I'm just going to move through correspondence and petitions. You got the attendance and the council update. Chair and commission comments. Given the late hour, I'm going to dispense with that. We can. Sure.
Wooddale Valley View's small area planning process is going forward. We had a workshop last Saturday. It was called the Dream Workshop, so it didn't compete with the Vision workshops that are going on by the city, and where the consultants provided us and the people there, especially, were able to see the economic and other analysis that's been done about the area, and then comment on different possible development scenarios. So the next thing is going to be they're working on a draft language now. The consultants are. The next meeting, the next public meeting is it December 4th? The next workshop? Yeah. Or December 3rd, I'm sorry. It's a Wednesday night, so it'll be in the evening this time.
Thanks for your work on that, and Commissioner Lee for your. I think that's going really well. I was sorry to not make the last meeting, but I'm really pleased with it. I think it can provide the kind of model that we're talking about for what we're going to do in Southdale as well. I mean, at least it's more experience for us as we keep refining this public engagement process and figure out the right answers. All right, any other business? Commissioner Platter.
Congrats on moving along, Kevin.
Thank you.
And next meeting will be your last meeting,
Next
right?
meeting will be my last meeting. Yeah, because we only have one meeting in December, and I'll start in January. So I'll come up with my long-winded remarks at the next meeting instead of at 12:25 at night. Yeah, well, and obviously the next chair is going to be much better at getting you guys out of meetings more quickly than I have been. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
There's a motion to adjourn.
And there's a second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We are adjourned.